20% charge. When that runs out, I gotta go.
But dealing with the symptom.
Thank you, Adrian. Okay.
At least we're.
Up, here we are, folks. We have to be on our best behavior. Well, you never are.
Yeah, that's not an excuse.
Let's see. Is Diane on?
Yes.
Hi, Diane.
Hi.
Joe.
Yes.
Joe with his infirmity. Connie. He's not feeling. He's feeling under the weather. Carrie. Could it? Wow, I love this. We have 100% participation again tonight. All right, we're on a roll. Hi, everybody. Welcome to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Hello, Rob Anderson. How's it going out there? Nice to see you. So today is Tuesday, January 16th. It's 4:05, and we've got everybody present, either live or on Zoom. So why don't we just do a roll call vote to confirm that? I have Mr. Stephen Welch.
Here.
Abby Camp.
Here.
Diane Coombs on Zoom.
Here.
There's Diane. Val Oliver.
Here.
Very good. Carrie Thornwell.
Here.
Connie Patton.
Here.
And Joe Paul on Zoom.
There.
So just to confirm, we have 2 members out of the 8 that, oh, and I'm Ray Paul, by the way, that are on Zoom. All the rest are live. For those of you in the room, just 2 simple requests. 1, if you could mute your phones, and 2, let us know if you plan on recording any portion of tonight's meeting.
Oops.
And for those of you on Zoom, the Zoom request is to mute yourself when you're not speaking. Be careful not to screen share. That's always a problem. And to run everything through the chair just so that we maintain order and a clear record for our minutes taker. Very good. I think with that, I can have a motion from a member of the regular board to approve tonight's agenda.
I have a question.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
1 second, Diane, okay? Val just came up
Do
with a
we have a
question.
section where we can make commissioner comments?
We might. I don't know. I haven't. Do you want to make a commissioner comment?
I would, if I can.
I'm going
It's
to.
very brief.
I'm going to allow that, and just so that everybody knows, comments like this, because they're not noticed on our agenda, are comments that will be made, and no, there will be no discussion on
Correct.
the comment. Okay.
Yep.
So go ahead, Val.
I think that we need to talk about the proliferation of deer fencing on this island because it's taken on a whole new life. Some of
Without
it comes
deliberating
before
on
us, most of it doesn't, and everywhere I go
Yeah.
are just posts and wire. I even saw some today with the post painted black.
Okay. I hear you. Why don't we put that down as an other business item?
Okay.
Can we at least do that? Other business items, yeah. Yeah. Pretty soon our agenda is going to look like a Bible with all the other business items. Okay, but that is worthy of our discussion. Okay. Oh, so yeah, there's the comment. And so Diane, you had made a motion to approve tonight's agenda, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so we have an approved agenda. So first item, I believe, is consents, of which there are,
5.
I got 6.
1, 2.
6,
Oh.
right?
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, okay. So, let's see, anybody need to recuse? It would appear not. Can we have a motion to approve the consent agenda if there are no questions?
So moved.
Very good. Diane has made that motion. On that motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Consent's all set. Old business of December 19th. Let's see. Linda, that would be you. And board, myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, Val.
Regular board.
Oh, yeah, so this was heard last week. And my recollection is that the drawings were,
Whited out.
they were kind of a mess.
They were a mess.
And we were looking for clear drawings. Okay, so here's where we are. Linda, do you have anything further to say? I mean,
No, we added it before Esmeralda went on vacation, so it should be in the HCC submissions, because we sent it directly from his computer, the original drawings. And we changed the window, it ended up being 8/8 that faces west, that is entirely not visible, as you can see from the site plan, which is up on the screen right now. And there's no way to see it from anywhere, not from Vestal or from Main Street. It's behind the other house. No matter where we put this shed, the garage, it's not visible, period. The only thing that's really visible from the street is the doors, and you asked us to go back to an earlier version, which we did. And that's pretty much it, unless Uri wants to add something.
That's all, no other changes, really just the window.
This is a separate, one further clarification, this is a separate lot from the front lot.
I think we all understand that
And we
at this
are
point.
on the setback right now, which makes it impossible to shingle it unless we trespass.
Yeah, and you moved it to 3 feet.
Yeah, we moved,
You
instead of the
back
5
from
feet.
5 to 3.
5 feet is the required setback. I can probably get it through the ZBA at a 3 foot, but being is that we're moving the structure, we may be ping-ponging back and forth between the two boards because they may force me out of the setback, so we'll see what happens.
See how it goes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1915 garage automobile outbuilding, if you will, with an HTC survey on file listed as contributing. My comments are still about the fenestration. Again, appreciate the moving it only a couple of feet. However, I do want to mention that creating the lot is a something that was done on their own, not necessarily something that was existed. So they created that nonconformity. With that said, I would obviously 3 feet would be better than the 5. The fenestration I do think still needs to be fixed. The odd configuration still on the west elevation, I think that's been changed now to a
808.
808.
Yeah.
Better. Other than that, I did want to mention that you do have quite a few hands in the queue for comments from abutters.
Okay, first among which, we do have Mickey, right?
Yes.
I
Okay,
put my usual.
Linda has
objection.
registered her objection. Duly noted, Linda, thank you. Mickey, go ahead.
So this is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, which is myself, Angus McLeod, Jason Finger, Lucy Dillon, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, and Sandy Kendall. So on this particular application, we don't really have any concerns except that the French doors are drawn probably incorrectly. They just, for the record, should be fixed on the drawing. And that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you, can you clarify what he means by they need to be
I
drawn
think
correctly?
he's talking about the swings. Are you not, Mickey?
No, Now, if you zoom in, yeah, see the lower panel, it's supposed to be a kick panel.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Isn't there a kick
The
panel
pa-
drawn?
What?
There is a kick panel. Oh, I got it.
It's
frame is not right.
It's a
I got it.
serious drawing error. It should
Yeah.
read as an independent panel
Independent panel.
with a rail between the panel and the glass.
I got it.
All right, Mickey, thank you. Okay, so if somebody could help me out here and tell me who's in the queue in terms of speaking.
Bless you.
I have Kevin. I just unmuted him.
Sorry,
Kevin. Kevin, I think it's two.
did you say Patrick?
Kevin Toth next door.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin, if you could unmute, we'll hear you.
Got it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Kevin Toth. My family's address is 128 Main Street. As always, I'd like to express my gratitude to the HDC for working to preserve the legacy of our historic Nantucket. We rely, heavily on the HDC to preserve contributing buildings in their historic place. And we ask that the HDC rely on the same reasoning you used to deny the demolition of the structure just last January to now again deny this significant move and thinly veiled attempt to relitigate your decision through this demolition in disguise. In short, this historic contributing salt box structure should be renovated in place. Today, I would like to raise a few questions that have still not been answered by the applicant, despite all of the meetings where they could have been upfront. One, as Mary Bergman inquired in her letter that Holly Backus read at the November 14th HDC meeting on this application, have any efforts been made to restore this historic structure in the intervening time since the HDC denied the last application? We have not seen any efforts to take care of this historic salt box structure since the applicant purchased the property in 2021. Two, the applicant has not given any insight into the purpose of the move, which is remarkably large. The latest plans show that it is being moved a full 17 feet and 5 inches back from its current position facing Main Street. This charming classic structure is over 100 years old and dates back to the introduction of automobiles on the island. It's visible from the street, it's part of the Main Street streetscape, and it's a contributing structure on Main Street, the most well-known historic street on the island. Applications like this, if approved, slowly erode the historic character of our island. If moving of the garage so far back is allowed, it will be another example of creating a Disney World version of Main Street, which lacks any semblance of history. As the applicant's representative said earlier this meeting, the move is to be able to get it past the ZBA stage. 3, similarly, what are the plans for the property that are incentivizing this unnecessary move? The applicant has been distracting us from the substantive issues here by submitting incomplete and unclear plans. As Vice Chair Welch said at last week's meeting, the way this application has been presented is distracting from the real issues. It is clear to anyone that looks at this construction site from Main Street that the reason they want to move this historic building is simply to get it far enough out of the way to allow another large house to be built on the property. This is no reason to disturb and potentially destroy a historic contributing structure visible from Main Street. This building must be maintained and saved in its historic place. The HDC has authority to order historic buildings to be maintained and repaired, and the HDC should take a skeptical view when owners allow their buildings to fall into disrepair and then attempt to use their own neglect to justify demolishing or removing them. We ask that this sweet outbuilding finally receive the long overdue maintenance that it deserves from the applicant and be preserved in its place. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Kevin, thank you. Do I understand there are other people? Yeah.
Sarah Alger.
Sorry?
Sarah Alger.
Oh, Sarah, hi.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. I again echo everything that Mr. Toth just said. The only thing I want to add is that it's always been my understanding, and it's, I think, the past practice of the commission, that the policy on moving buildings has been to require that contributing structures be preserved in their original historic locations unless there's one of the following 4 exceptional circumstances, none of which apply in this case. One being the building has been previously moved since its original construction. 2, leaving the building in its original location would pose a threat to the continued existence and integrity of the structure. 3, leaving the building in its original location would pose a threat to persons difficult to ameliorate by other means. And 4, where leaving the building in its original location would deprive the public of the benefits associated with continued visibility due to anticipated as-of-right development. As none of those criteria apply in this particular case, in fact, quite the opposite, I think this move of the structure should be denied and the structure should be renovated and remain in place as it has historically sat. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Is there anyone else in the queue? That's it.
I have a general question,
Sure.
like before I.
Yeah, no,
opine.
that's certainly permissible. Yes.
So it's 2 lots, the front lot and the back lot. And the driveway, I was just chatting with Val, and so that's a shared driveway
No, that driveway, you already approved the 1-car space for the front lot.
on the other side of the house.
And this is a driveway that actually goes to this rear lot. The only nonconformity on that rear lot, besides the setback issue, is the frontage issue. It doesn't have 40 feet of frontage. And they're both 5,000 square foot lots, which is very unusual in town. Every 4181L I've ever done, I don't have 2 5,000 square foot lots. So the anomaly on this lot is the narrow 10-foot frontage from the driveway for the back lot and the fact that the garage is in the setback, 0 setback, actually.
Okay, so I'm kind of getting it. I'm kind of thinking ahead that if another building goes on this lot, it would be using this driveway to get, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right. With that, I think we can turn it over to the board for comments. Board members, you know who you are, I believe, at this point. Who would like to begin? Is that you, Diane?
Yes,
You want to start?
yeah, please.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
I listened to Mr. Trost. I listened to Sarah. I believe they are both true. We have been fooling around with this old shed, lovely old shed, for a long time, surely more than the 2 or 3 times they're supposed to come in front of us. But I think it's very important, if we listen carefully to what Mr. Trost said, is to keep these buildings. If we move it, the moving thing has gone from 15 feet to 5 to 3 to whatever. If the building is a historic building and been there for a length of time, I do not believe that it has to live under the rules and regulations of setbacks. I know in other places where houses have gone over the setback for the town and whatever, that's either drawn back or they ignore it for the time. And I think this should be done with this. Leave the shed alone, repair it where it sits, and we will therefore fulfill our demand of keeping the atmosphere and the streetscape the same and preserve the historicness of that streetscape. So that's what I think. I don't think it should be moved. I think we've done and listened to it. Thank you.
Okay, Diane, thank you very much. Who would like to follow Diane? Come on, folks.
Well, I just have more questions.
Feel free. Absolutely.
Okay, so at the back of the lot where you have, it looks like landscaping, like stadium seating or something. It looks like it's on the back lot and it's not on its lot. Is that correct?
Yes.
The garage is on the back lot.
Right, the
no,
garage,
she-
but the lands, so of the main house that's on Main Street, in the back of it, there's landscaping that shows like a circular,
On the back of the main house or the
Seating or
back of the
something?
garage?
Main house.
the main house.
There is, because there's a significant grade change from the level of the back lot.
But-
I've known that from the beginning because there's a lot of pictures in the old files, but The back lot is higher
Okay.
But it's,
than the front
Linda,
lot.
Linda, let me try and if I may, because
just
I
what-
know what your question
okay,
is
thank you,
about.
because it's
I-
in the setback of the other
Well,
lot now.
so the question is, and the same thought occurred to me. Question is, you have this sort of 2 quarter round staircases going down. Yes, we understand there's a grade change, some retainage, all of which seems to be occurring on the second lot, the lot that has the garage on it, as opposed to the main house lot in the front. And Abby's question is, well, if it's part of the main house, why is it?
There's an
Right,
exclusive
kind of
use
getting
easement for the
that.
patio behind the house because it's so tight behind the house.
Oh.
It bisects the deck too.
Yeah, so there's an exclusive use easement in favor of the front lot that's given by the back lot. That's how that ended up that way. There
Okay.
shouldn't be a line there, but that's what it is.
Right. Did that answer your question?
Come on, Abby.
Any other questions?
No,
Okay. So who would like to render some comments?
I will.
Thank you, Val Oliver.
I think from our purview, the shift of the building is, in my opinion, not going to be a significant notice. I know that's doesn't make a lot of people happy, but I'm only thinking of what we have jurisdiction over. So what I can see, I'm okay with. And we do have control over what comes after it, so that's all I got.
Thank you.
Just to tie a bow around it, are you saying that you're okay with the application as submitted?
Yeah,
Is
I
that
mean, I don't have
fair?
to like it, but it's our
Okay,
purview.
just,
Val, the 8/8 window,
let's not back and
previous-
forth just yet.
submitted
Linda.
was
It's
12/12.
too early in the evening to start that. You can do that at 8:30. Okay, who's
heavens.
next?
Well, everybody's chomping at the bit here.
I know,
Let's get
Stephen,
this
come
thing
on.
Done.
Come on.
Let's move along one way or the other. I appreciate actually having a set of drawings we can review. Thank you very much. My position on the move is kind of evolving. I think that these need to be done to some extent on a case-by-case basis. I do think the kind of recapturing and presenting past HDC guidelines or practices by Ms. Elger is useful information, and I would suggest that we take that to heart and develop a policy so that in the future, we're not spending a lot of time on these things. It's that the goalposts are established, people know what they're doing, they know what they're buying, they know, builders know what they can expect to do, designers and so on and so forth, and we can just put this issue to bed. Obviously, we can make exceptions on a case-by-case basis. On this particular one, I believe that this is on the setback. I think that by for every foot that it's moved over, you're losing view of the historic structure, acknowledging it is a garage at the back of a house. And that's problematic. And I don't think that it should be moved to any significant degree. I think it should be only to the extent that makes it practical to perform maintenance. Lord knows that there hasn't been maintenance performed on this building for decades. And I would not be supportive of more than a 2-foot move off the property line. And I would see a corresponding move to the back so that for each foot move to the side, it goes back a foot. So some of the front facade is recaptured. You might be wondering why it went from 3 feet to 2. It's called the law of decreasing returns. The more time I have to think about it, the more likely I'm going to be more stringent. And this has been coming back and forth for too long. So those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, lastly, I don't recall that hardscaping being approved.
No, we
Is
haven't come
that-
back for hardscape yet.
Okay, so that's not an approved hardscape.
Yeah. No, we just got to get this settled first.
All right, thank you. Oh, you had a
Hey,
question?
I did, just clarification. So you spoke very clearly about the setback from the side property line. And could you just reiterate what your thoughts were regarding the setback from Main Street?
Corresponding, 1 foot for 1 foot. So a 2-foot move, to the interior would be a 2-foot move to the rear, for me.
It's still going to
Where it
bisect the
exists.
lots. You can't do it.
Wait, hang on, too many people
And
speaking.
we can't
at
get
once.
access.
That's, Stephen is entitled to his opinion, and that's his opinion. I just want to be clear. You're saying that vis-a-vis, with respect to where it currently is,
Which is inside the lot.
right, that you would be in favor of no more than a 2-foot setback off of the side yard and no further back than 2 feet further away from Main Street, the north.
That's going to be a
Okay.
big problem. The fire can't get up on anything else.
All right, let's
Okay.
just listen
No,
to
no,
Howard.
so there,
Can you
that's
mute that?
Stephen. I just want to make sure that we're all clear on what everyone's saying here. Okay, let's see. So Abby, I believe it is to you now.
Yeah, so I'm sort of in line with Stephen on this. I think to give the old, where it sits now, its due. I mean, it's there for a reason. It was built as, with the house and the main house in mind. So I think moving it 17 feet back is really sort of disjointing it from the historic house. I wouldn't mind, because I know you have to lift it, I know you have to put a slab down, but I think we're losing some of its history now. So I would, the other thing is that when you look up the driveway, I would like to see those garage doors on center, like it was meant to be, like you were really going to drive, an automobile into it, like it's really is a garage, because, if it's off to the right, anyway. So I would be in favor of a lesser move, more to Steve's point of 2 or 3 feet back and staying closer to the property line. So I know it sounds minimal, but there it is. Thank you.
Okay. Abby, thank you. I'm less stringent on the move off of the side yard. I think I was okay with 3 feet last time. I'm going to stay by that. And my counter view of the moving it back has really more to do with if the garage literally stayed where it is, there's room for probably 3 credit cards between the garage and the back of the house.
Yeah.
That seems too close to me. But it sounds to me, folks, like you're going to need to do something because that's my opinion. I'm less concerned about it moving back, but you have a majority of people on this board that either the range is from not moving it at all to moving it, but not as aggressively as you are indicating on your drawings.
Can I respond to that? We
You
can.
can respond to it, but you have heard from all 5
Well,
members.
we looked at how close we could get and still get access to the back, fire access, stay away from the back of that house. And the closest we can get is 12 feet back instead of 17 and a half feet back. Because if we go to 12 feet back, we still clear where they can get around that corner. So that was as close as we can get that structure, is 12 feet back from where it is right now. And I don't know if that's more palatable to people.
I'm wondering if this should turn into a let's make a deal session. I'm not sure that I want to.
Well, if I can get 3 votes on 12 feet, I'm happy.
I mean, it's up to the board members, really, what.
I mean, I hate to bring it back one more time, but I mean,
Okay,
three of us
could-
that
could-
are conservative.
All right, I'm gonna ask an overarching question here, and that is, I didn't really hear any discussion about the architecture of the building. I think more or less everyone's satisfied with the 8/8 window on the side. I personally don't think it's gonna be visible, so there's that. So what we're talking about now is an isolated issue of just how far it's coming back with respect to Main Street, mainly because the side yard thing is a matter of literally a foot at this point. So it's up to the other board members, you know, if somebody wants to see it, you know, redrawn, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're
Mr.
gonna-
Chair, can I
Yes,
ask a question?
of course,
Through you?
Val. Yes,
Can we see what this alleged,
12 feet.
12 feet?
no.
Oh,
I thought the hardscaping was approved. I was
No.
looking at the application in totality with that. It's not. So does it need to be there,
Yeah.
et cetera?
It's such a significant grade change, Val, as it comes down the hill. I can take you over there. But it's such a significant grade change from the level up above, which used to belong to Bloom Street, which you all are familiar with,
okay.
before it was carved off, and the guy who owned this house
Yeah,
sold
yeah.
that to this house.
Can I just say, I don't think you're doing yourself any favors by showing this sort of opulent, you know, French Baroque stairway in the back.
Well,
And
if-
also, Nate Barber would tell you that you couldn't drive a fire truck over that anyway. So,
You can run a
Well, and
line.
with regard to that, if that is because of a grade change, we need to see the topography, because what, are we seeing a garage that's dropping down?
No, it's coming up and back,
It's
so it
going
will
up.
increase the visibility of those doors because it's coming up the hill.
Yeah,
you'll be
so
able to
I
see
think
it.
we need to see maybe a section of that, like coming
Up.
through the house and,
Okay.
I didn't understand that, because there's no topography showing on here.
Okay.
did you? Okay, Val, you good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Stephen, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I think if we're going to review this with respect to hardscape, then we need to have the hardscape approved. Like, we're spinning our wheels. And
Well, I would, to that point, Stephen, I would say that the hardscape is seriously going to be contingent on where this thing is actually going to be sitting.
yeah, but I mean, having a proposal in front of us that has that information complete is
Yep.
different than,
Got it.
so.
Yep, understood.
um,
Okay, so this is pretty much sounding like we're going to be looking for some more revisions. Should we formalize that?
I make a motion,
Okay, Diane, go ahead.
make a motion to hold for more revisions, including the staircase and their proposal of where the building would move to.
Good, all good, and I would only back up what Val said a moment ago about a site section and some topo to be able to see, you know,
Yeah,
how the grading is
I'm
all
sorry, I
working.
meant to add that,
I know,
because
I just
think
would
that's
love
very
that to
good.
be in there. Okay, so thank you, Diane, for the motion. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen.
No.
No, okay. After the meeting, you'll tell me why. I'm just curious. And Diane, on your motion.
yes,
Okay, and I'm in favor too. Okay, so that is 4 in favor, 1 opposed. There you go, folks. Okay, next up. You gotta tell me why. So
Suspense.
you
dun,
always
dun,
do
dun.
this to me. My God, I feel like I'm watching a detective show with you. All right, so is this actually printed correctly? Is the name of the road 1 North Swift Road?
Swift Rock.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Haven't been down that one. The one without the rock. Hey, Matt.
And
Hello.
I actually don't remember sitting on this, but maybe I did. I don't remember.
It was last heard December 29th. That wasn't too long ago.
I think it was held for a viewing. I think it was,
Now, bifocals.
I think it was held for a viewing. I don't think there was.
Oh,
any
oh,
comment.
oh, yes, you're
Ridge
right.
poles.
That's right, the height poles. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
and then
okay,
it
yes.
Blew like stink. and
Got
I-
it.
Huh?
Correct.
They're up still.
Okay, folks, so this one is it 1 Swift Rock Road? Is that the actual address?
I think it's North Swift Rock. North.
What?
1 North Swift Rock.
1 North Swift Rock Road, okay.
And Mr. Chair,
All right, and the board is myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, and Val, same board. Okay, let's move.
Okay,
Matthew,
thank you, Mr.
go.
Chair. So, yeah, this was held for a viewing with ridge poles. We put up ridge poles. We've indicated on the site plan where those ridge poles were placed in relationship to the proposed structure. I just remind everybody that the 1,100 square foot existing structure, we're keeping it in place, and therefore the orientation of the other structures. The structure before you tonight, it's 350 feet from the road. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Matthew, thank you.
we do have a hand raised.
Oh, yeah, that's right,
And
because I
there's a
believe there
letter.
was, there was a letter that we
Yeah.
all received. Hopefully you all read it, but for whomever has their hand raised, if you could unmute and give us your name for the record, please.
My name is Sharon Alexander. I just wanted to confirm that you had received the letter.
Yes, we did.
Thank you.
When you
Thank you.
submit a letter to the staff, they're very good about making sure that all of the board members are given emailed copies of the letter.
Thank you so
yes,
much.
It is in our possession. Do you have anything further you would like to say?
No,
Okay, thank you. So then I think that means that we can hear from the board. What do you think, folks?
I'll go.
Thanks, Val.
I had written some notes, but I forgot them.
Oh, shucks.
I went out today and the polls are still up in case anybody had a chance to go by. Given the house that's there, I just feel like it's an awful lot of structure on this one site. So I'd like to see something reduced. And I think for me, it's the height. 29 feet is awfully high. And what we will see is the second floor. So I would ask that there was some mitigation there with regard to the height and perhaps the roof walk. It's white, everything's white.
it's 29 feet plus
I
the roof
just feel
wall.
like from when I pulled over on Eel Point Road and I could clearly see the poles. So I think we are gonna see the bulk of that major ridge. So for me, it would be reducing that portion of the building. I appreciate the 1 story and the 1.5 story pieces.
Okay.
Okay, I would go.
Yeah, thanks, Diane. Go ahead.
I agree with Val on the height. I also think on the south elevation that the number of windows that go along that wall is pushing the proportion of windows to wall to a point. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 windows in the little right-hand side. We have 5 in the middle and 1, 2, 3, 4 up above. It's a plethora of windows, and I think they should be reduced to some point. There's no particular view of the south because Swift Rock Road goes over to Nantucket and it's heavily vegetated. So I would like to see that reduced somewhat and the height to come down to whatever that they were used to be trying to keep between 25 and 27 feet height. That's it. That's what I would like.
Diane, thank you. Abby, Stephen.
I'll go.
Stephen, thank you.
I agree with Val.
All right. All right, there's Stephen. Abby.
Yeah, so in lieu of what we know about this, that they did have this 30-year thing where no one would build on that is the nature of this neighborhood, is that they're low, simple buildings on large lots, yes. But the scale of this building compared to the one that's on the lot it appears as almost twice as big. So I think the scale is off, and it will look odd to have it in that neighborhood at this size. So I think it's got to be scaled back. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. I agree with Stephen, who agrees with Val, who agrees with Abby, who agrees with Diane. So I think the main thing is about the height. So should we have some revisions to this, Guy?
Sure.
What do you
Mr.
think?
Chair, could I
Yes.
just
Go ahead.
ask one question?
Yep.
Given the first floor and the south elevation, to Diane's point, which we're mindful of, there is a high concentration of fenestration on the first floor on the south. And while there aren't any views, we're trying to capture as much sunlight. And I would also just like to point out that that first floor visibility, I think, is minimal. I think the comments, we can apply the reduction in fenestration to the second floor for sure, and then also address your comments about the height.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, Matthew,
I would agree
thank
with
you.
that,
Can
having
I have a
been out
motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Thank you, Abby. Let's see, on Abby's motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Thank you very much.
Matthew, thank you. It looks like we're holding 31 Squam Road. So that brings us to 9 Old Westmore Farm Road. This, by the way, is all new business. So the default is going to be the regular board, but hopefully at a certain point we can shake it up and have some of our associate members participate.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to let the rest of the membership know we have 78 items remaining on our agenda.
Thank you, John McLaughlin. Thank you. Okay, so do we have anybody to rep Old Westmore Farm Road?
You do. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I have not been made a presenter, but that I can share if you'd like to. Otherwise, I'm happy to just talk through it.
So regular board, let's stay with that for a little while till pizza break or something. All right.
Okay.
So are we reviewing the secondary dwelling, the guest house
Yes.
first?
That's
All right.
correct. This application and the following one, which is for a small one-car garage, are on the same property at number 9 Old Westmore Farm Road. As most of you know, there's a number of small garages and guest houses sort of up on the road in this area that are relatively new, most of which are 1.5 stories. What we're proposing here are 2 very low single-story structures. This one is actually 2 gables, kind of slipped, but from the road you only see this single gable, which is pictured front sheet here in 3D. So if you go to the site plan real quick, page 13, this is existing. You can see that the existing house is set very, very far back from the road, and there's an existing pool then. And then the proposed structures, the guest house is the 2 gables clouded in orange here, are set in the remaining lawn area closer to the front. Again, as mentioned, the 2 gable forms are single story each. They're slipped so that you only see the front form from the street. And everything is held back behind what's actually a pretty mature evergreen front hedge that you can see in the photos that we've submitted as well. So this structure is just these 2 small single-story gable boxes connected by a small gasket. The entrance is tucked back a ways away from the road, so you only see this front gable with the small 4-light window in it from the street, if anything, as you drive by. If you can flip back to the photos on the prior pages, I think it's helpful for the board to see the view from the street, especially that central view, street view from Westmore Farm looking south, you can see that there's a very mature stand of pines that's going to remain there. The driveway curb cut is remaining, and then everything we're proposing is back within the property beyond that point. I think that's about all I have to say about this. The colors are to match the existing main house, which is white on white. Red and white cedar, of course, to match the main house as well. And we'll talk about the garage structure when we get to it.
Okay. Thank you. Any of our advisors want to speak on this before I turn it over to the board? Also, is there anybody up there that, no, didn't think so. Okay. All right. Regular board, what do you say?
I have a question. The connector, the flat connector.
Yes.
That has like a glass roof. What the boards, it's boards going side to side, horizontal boards. What is the color of that?
I may not understand the question fully. The flat section between the two gables.
I actually
Yes, what is the
have an
color?
answer.
Is it
It's natural shiplap. It's labeled as such on the elevation.
Okay.
Correct. It's all natural to weather shiplap.
Natural cedar shiplap. That's what it
Yes.
says. Okay.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Do you want to?
Opine on the design. I think
Sure.
what we can see is perfectly acceptable. It is weird with the connector, but I don't think we'll see that, so hopefully the trees will stay.
Okay, Val. Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
Can we get rid of the people? Thank you. Can you go to the next page, please? Oh, I'm sorry, the prior page.
Went up a few notches.
You know what? Okay, no, I just wanted to check something, question from my preview. I have no concerns.
Okay. Stephen, thank you. Let's see, Abby, Diane.
I can.
I'll go.
Diane, go
I
ahead.
don't have any, I don't have any concerns either. I don't think you'll see it to any great extent.
Excuse me.
Be lovely if they had a chimney in one of those buildings, but they're very simple and plain. Thank you.
Okay, Diane, thank you.
Diane, you can just say you agree with me. I'm teasing you.
I say it all the time.
I know.
All right, let's see. That leaves you, Abby.
Yeah, so, yes, these are beautifully simple, little outer buildings. They are right on this, if I'm reading this right, it's right off Old Westmore Farm Road. It's the abundance of small little buildings that completely block the sight of the whole site itself. So this is sort of bothering me. But per se, each building per se, I think is great. They're small, they're beautifully scaled. It's three of them smack off the road that I have a problem with. So,
Okay.
thank you.
The quantity. All right. I'm fine with this. I agree with Diane, who agrees with Stephen. What do you think, folks?
Motion to approve is submitted.
There it is. That's Stephen's motion. On the motion, Val.
Aye.
Abby. Okay, one abstention. Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So that passes 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Thank you. And now on to the garage.
Yes, thank you, everybody. You can still hear me?
Yep.
Great. So I'll keep this brief. Same property, same condition, same approximate structure location. This is a single story, single car, small garage up by the front off of the existing curb cut. I don't think there's much else I need to say about it. It has a small man door, person door to access it. And I believe the doors are slated to be white to match the white trim, white sash, white doors of the main house.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, folks.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Sounds good. Any objections to Stephen's motion to approve as submitted?
No.
All right,
No.
I'm going to pursue it then. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, there you go. You got a garage.
Thank you so much.
And a guest house.
And a
All right.
guest house.
We'll talk to you later.
I'll be back in one application.
Let's see. So the next one, Mirka's project at 33 Quinnet appears to be on hold. Oh, so we're back to you.
I'm back.
Yeah. Long time no hear from. We'll stay with the same board, okay?
I think we don't even need to look at this. It's just taking lattice off.
Oh, shucks. Is that, come on, you have to
like
be
to look at it.
honest. Is that really
It-
what this is about?
Yes.
It's just removal of the lattice from that mass, that
Let's
small
let
cable mass on the
Stephen
side.
see it.
I just want to see no, it's not on the, I didn't preview this one. It's not on the garage, right?
No, it's on that end gable mass, single
Okay.
story.
Motion to approve is submitted.
There it is. Stephen has made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Are we rid of you yet?
Yep,
It would
I'm done.
appear so. Okay. Now we're on to 7A Clifford Street.
Can I have a 5-minute?
Yeah, of
break?
course, of
Thanks.
course. I'm sure. Well, there's Connie sitting over there, and now you get to express yourself, just like Madonna. Okay, so 7A Clifford. Your name for the are you Reed?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there we go then. Seven A Clifford. So if you didn't notice, Val's out, Connie in. Okay, there's your board. Go ahead.
All
Tell
right,
us
so-
what's going on.
Ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so yeah, for the record, again, my name is Reed. So this is for 7A Clifford Street, which is a recent subdivision of the currently existing 7 Clifford Street. It's the 20,000 square foot portion, northern portion of the lot, roughly 200 by 100 feet, just because that's not a record that's currently in the town. So the structure itself sits about 65 feet back from the main road, 75 feet back from the rear lot line, roughly right in the center of the lot. Most of the houses within the surrounding context have houses that sit farther back, including the one that currently sits on 7 Clifford Street. And it sits about 23 feet to 25 feet from the side lot lines. Full disclosure, there's a paper road portion of Wee Weeder that's to the north of the site.
Yeah, we see that.
That is currently in the process of being purchased by the landowner and is being held in Boston at the moment. It's currently
Land court.
contains natural vegetation, which I've done my best to illustrate. Same with the rear portion of the lot. As far as the first floor plan goes, the plan is really 2 bars connected by a third. This third bar that extends from front to back of the building is the, as you'll see in the elevations, the main mass, and that's held to a width of 17 feet 6 inches. Part of this is so that we can control the highest ridge height of 28 feet. The first bar towards the front of the house is primarily private and facility space. The second bar towards the rear portion of the lot is social space separated by the vertical circulation that continues from the basement to all the way up to the proposed roof deck, which I'm sure you've noticed. An exterior deck to the south is unenclosed, to the south of the stairwell is unenclosed space and allows for both the side doors to be held back from public view. On the second floor, as you see you go up, the first element that's noticed on the staircase is a large deck that's towards the south. This deck is serving both as a exterior space with potential water views and southern exposure, but also taking a large portion of the first floor square footage out of the second floor with an attempt to try and reduce the overall volume of mass at the second story. Excuse me. And then that second deck off of the eastern suite covers both the outdoor living space below and allows for nice eastern light up of that bedroom. The roof plan, you'll see the roof deck and plan in the hatch location. As I mentioned, that staircase travels continuously up from the main vertical circulation within the house. This deck, as drawn, is 12 feet by 18 feet. That ridge is 60 feet long, so for its width, so it's just under the 1/3 of it. As far as the exterior elevations go, for the front elevation, the main gable is slightly off balance to the rest of the building, but with an attempt to help give it prominence, a 3'6" door with side lights is drawn along with a mold unit to the left, which gives that particular moment of the front elevation its dominance. And the secondary masses at the second story are both expressed as knee wall conditions to reinforce the primary nature of that main mass. The difference between the roof lines on either side of that main gable is to help reduce the amount of competition between the primary mass and the secondaries. Having that continuous roof line move through that gable in elevation studies was a bit of a competition between the two elements on that front facade. As far as the south elevation goes, you see again how that deck reduces the square footage from the first to second floor, and how the roof deck itself is stacked over two door systems, which gives a strong central access to this elevation, as well as, and is complemented by those two secondary masses that are adjacent to it. As far as the north elevation goes, the large picture units that you see, I understand, are quite large and quite dramatic. We did make an attempt to conceal these between those two masses. So I'm hoping that you'll show me some mercy with those. And you can also see how the wraparound porches are terminated, that extend kind of continuously around the building, are terminated over exterior stairwells. The wraparound porches of this house, we feel, are very effective at cutting down the overall scale and weight of the building as it's perceived from the public right away. The last comment I'll make is the last piece of content within this packet is a location map illustrating the most adjacent houses with roof decks. You'll see there's about 9 of them, and I drew a 1/4 mile radius just for help for scale of reference. And with that, I will turn it over to the board.
Thank you. So I don't normally do this, but in this case I will. There's going to be comments about your ridge length, and I don't think you're aware that there's actually a zoning bylaw that says that no ridge can be longer than 50 feet. So you're 10 feet in excess of the maximum ridge length. So that just in and of itself is going to necessitate some changes to the design. But I just put that out there as an FYI. This board is concerned, of course, about the aesthetics and not necessarily about zoning, but that is something you're going to have to deal with for sure. Who would like to begin on this?
I'll go. Can we go to the one elevation up? Next elevation. So I think obviously the length of the ridge, clip gables all around. The width, no offense intended, but that's like a helicopter landing pad up there. If that's going to be visible, it needs to be less wide. And on the 1210 pitch, for every foot you come in, you'll lose the better part of a foot. And what the concern there is the height of the skirt. And other than that, I think the first floor fenestration, the doors are oversized, but I don't think any of that's going to be visible. So to the extent that's not visible, that's on them and on you. And I think overall the massing's fine. Once the overall width is addressed, and I think some of the the windows can be upsized, it will help to eat up some of that shingle space. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane. Go ahead.
I agree with Stephen on the roof walk. It's much too deep. The little gables with the mulled windows, the windows should be larger. Why would you have a big house and all these little teeny weeny windows? On the first floor, the windows, whether you could see them or not from outside, should still be big enough on the inside. When people are on the inside, they need to be bigger and they need to be separated and in the gables, so they go out all the way, drop down, go out. They're too small. They're inconsistent with the other windows that are there. I don't know. I don't have any other elevation that's come up. I don't agree with the bracelet around the main door. You have 2/1 windows. I don't think a bracelet goes with the architecture that they are doing. I think that the shed dormer on the right-hand side should be brought in so it fits in with like the other ones and into maybe 2 windows and bring it down. So there's some consistency in the windows and where they are. And that's all I have got. I've got the front thing and that. And there is the rear. Again, one of those, this sort of weird shed dormer. And I believe that the window up in the peak of the gable should be either a 2 or a smaller 4, but not a single window up there. So that's what I come up with for now. Those are the notes I took.
Very good. Diane, thank you. Let's see. So we got Connie and Abby, I believe, left.
I can go.
Thanks, Abby.
So I'm trying to figure out what is causing me pain here. I think, well, definitely the ridge. My main concern is the front, and I'm assuming that's the front door. Is that on Boulevard, or sorry,
On
what?
Clifford Street?
Clifford?
Yeah.
With the front door, okay. So that's my main concern elevation. It's either your program for the second floor is very high and the ceilings are really high, but I'm not quite sure, to Diane's point, why there are little windows in such a large mass. It looks like the second floor is just overwhelming heavily the first floor, like it could crush it or something. But so I would like to see that top floor somehow, have some secondary massing, and the windows sort of relate to the first floor. Maybe that eave height comes down, and the roof walk right on top of that gable. I mean, normally the roof walk goes, left to right the long way, and this is the short way. So I'm not sure if I have that right, but it just looks odd that the short way is on top of the gable on the front of the house. And there it is for starters. But I think a chimney would help break up this massing. But I would like to see some changes to this massing. Thank you.
Abby, thank you. Connie, it's to you.
I don't have much else to add. I agree with what's being said. My confusion is the fenestration, and we've discussed that. Some's too small, some's too big. I agree, maybe a chimney might help. And yeah, the west elevation, which is the front of the house, that one, as I'm looking at it, left side dormer seems to extend all the way to the end, which is concerning. And then on the opposite side, it's got that little dormer with that large window. And I don't have any solution, but it just, a lot of it's just a little bit confusing. Thank you.
Good. Okay, Connie, thank you. So I'm just gonna, the zoning restriction of a ridge that is no longer than 50 feet is the maximum. So it could be that we will want to see something that's less than 50 feet, just give you a little bit of forewarning about that. And Connie, you may have been mentioning this, but on the west elevation, the setback from the gable face to where the dormer begins, again, minimum of 3 feet. We're looking at probably a foot here. So that needs to go back considerably. Again, 3 feet is the minimum. Yeah, I think your most formidable obstacle, or the thing that's going to affect the design the most, because I noticed that your second and first floor plan sort of rely on this 60-foot long by X number of feet wide bar. That's going to have to change. So I think we're looking at some revisions.
That's my motion.
Okay, Abby has made a motion for revisions on that motion. Stephen?
I'm an aye.
Thank you. Connie?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Abby on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We'll see you next time. Okay, I'm obviously recused from this. Stephen, if you could take it over.
Will do. Hi, Lisa, good evening.
Hi.
Why don't you start us through once you see the site plan up there?
About the wrong set of drawings. This is just for some fenestration revisions to the west side of this building. It's basically just to remove some windows. And I brought a photo.
Okay. Go ahead on to the elevations. Next,
Yeah, the next slide. Those windows right there. So obviously, I know this is an unusual not to have any windows on an elevation, but if you look at the site plan and the building next door, plus the hedge that's between the two structures and the hedge that's will be in front of this building, I just think the visibility of not having windows on that elevation, that there is no visibility. It's going to be very limited through vegetation, or there's a building blocking it.
any other comments?
No.
Okay, any questions? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an infill within the OHD of Brant Point on Easton Street. It is odd not to have windows on a wall. However, it is a rear of a garage. I would mention that if it's going to be highly visible with screening, that would be provided on or emphasized on the site plan. Other than that, I have no other concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Mickey?
Yes,
If you could announce your group, please.
I already did. You want me to do it again?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. You know what? Go ahead, skip it.
Okay, thank you. So I think, we kind of feel that this is a big blank wall, and that maybe just two small 6-light windows would be not a big ask and would be more appropriate than this big blank wall. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Just to announce the board, it's Abby, Diane, myself, Val, and Connie had gone. Carrie, you're here. Why don't we go with you? And who would like to begin?
I can go.
Please.
Yeah, this is a garage?
It is a garage.
Yeah. So I miss the windows. And in the past, sometimes when we've had a situation, we've asked for, to put the windows in, but you can cover them over. I don't know how you do that. I wanted to do it myself because I have a similar situation, but that would be my suggestion.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Val?
I initially thought, oh, this big blank wall, but now that I see where it is, it's right next to that hedge. I don't have the concerns that I had, so I'm okay with it.
Thank you. Diane?
I don't know. If I had a choice, I would have the windows put in because you can't always say a hedge is going to be there and it looks strange. And the windows they had in were not underneath the windows above. So, I don't know. I don't think it would look badly to put 3 windows in under the existing windows on the second floor. Otherwise, skip it.
Okay, thank you. Carrie?
I don't have a problem with this. It's on the secondary mass first floor. The windows weren't balanced. I don't think it's going to be visible. It's tight to the property line. I'm good with it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's atypical as opposed to today's design standards for fenestration and placement, but it's certainly approvable. How about a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Let's see, Val, on your motion?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Record reflect
you.
that carried unanimously.
Rob, I think you're up. I think so. Let's see. John Daly, right, Rob?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So Rob's here to represent John Daly at 6 Novodear.
Oh, it says what comes up is moving a shed.
That was approved in the previous meeting.
The moving of the shed?
I'm talking about the second dwelling.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I think the important thing is, do we have the dwelling in the queue on digital?
I did see it at one point, so it was there.
Oh, online. But the agenda says dwelling, so we're covered.
Oh, we have, just click on it.
Okay, so we got what we need.
But I did see it prior, so. It's a big 2-story house.
Oh, yeah, I thought I saw it too.
Sorry, Rob. Bear with us for a second. So the stuff that's on our screens, these screens, is incorrect, right? That's the moving of the shed, and we have the information.
It was there. I can attest to that.
When you say there, do you
It
mean?
was online prior.
Oh, that's.
Yes.
That's yours. I have the digital. I'm gonna pull it up now.
Great. Okay. Regular board.
Not unleaded.
I have a funny story about that.
Oh, really?
Strong Wings. The guy who runs it told me he got these new vans. One of the counselors puts diesel fuel into filled the tank. Yeah.
At least it wasn't the other way around.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So Rob, we have everything up. You should just give us your name for the record. And that mic may want to go
What I
up.
want to do is move the shed over to the side of the property and build a second dwelling there, basically a colonial 20 by 40, pretty basic structure. That's one of the neighbors, second bedroom.
Can't hear him.
No,
Hey, Rob, raise that up and are we sure that, tap on that, would you please?
How's that, better?
Is that on?
When you can hear.
Yeah, closer. I can do this. So I don't know what else to say. It's was trying to do something that's simple and easy to build and has a second structure.
Okay.
If you looked at the site, you'd see that it's tucked down behind the house, and the way Belvedere Road runs, the house is to be hardly visible from the road.
Rob, this, one of the site plans that I'm looking at has a dwelling, which I believe is already there,
You have two sheds that were already there
and a dwelling, right?
and a dwelling.
And so what we're looking at on the site plan is
Where it
labeled
says
as a
cottage?
cottage.
Yes,
That's this.
that's this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Nobodere really the 12-foot wide way? Is that
Yes.
possible? It is?
This
It's very
subdivision
narrow.
was created in, I believe, World War II. And all of these structures within the subdivision that were created in that time frame obviously are
This is the
contributing towards the
house.
district.
And the building is going back there.
This is right off the airport road.
Nobody away.
I mean,
I think this is what's helpful. Is the
Oh, yeah, I know totally
looks
where this
familiar,
is.
but
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
the house
yeah.
and it's-
It's that little cul-de-sac road right before you get to the, well, at the corner.
oh,
No.
Of the
Yeah.
airport road.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Dan, the pharmacy owner lived there. His son lives there now.
Okay.
So.
All right, everybody's got the context.
I
All right.
gotcha.
And, all right, so who would like to begin?
I will.
Yes.
I had some concern because of the stature of the existing house and then the proposed. But if you go to the site, you can see that there will be no visibility. It's a dead end. And I have no concerns
Okay.
based on that.
I have a question.
Yes, Stephen.
Through Mr. Chair, is this going to be a modular?
No.
Okay. Because height-wise and window locations, it appears to be modular. So I'm a little concerned about the height and certainly bury the top plate of the second floor in the header to get that, remove the head casing, have that be a fascia. And to the extent we can get a little bit of height out of there, I think it would be appropriate. Acknowledging Val's comments, but I still think height is a concern.
Whoever has the joystick, could we just go to the elevations? I'll make sure that Rob understands
28
what's.
feet through.
So, Rob, what Stephen just was talking about is this eave can come down such that you don't have a head casing there, and then you've just gained like 6 inches out of, or you've just lost 6 inches, all other things remain equal in the ridge height. Okay? All right. And the floor sandwich looks like it's only a foot anyway.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Now I see.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Who's next? Abby, Diane?
well, I was concerned about, I'm concerned about the height because the other buildings in the neighborhood, are they, do you know approximately what heights they are? I wouldn't want it to
Well,
look
I'm not
out of
sure
scale.
exactly when these buildings were built. Mostly the buildings on that block are ranch houses. But
Right.
there are two structures that are being built, especially one who's in a butter right next to them, which is a gambrel, which is also, a much taller building. So I
It's a
don't think
mix.
it's out of context as far as the neighborhood is concerned, and if it's almost invisible from the street,
Well, I would say because it is a mix, I mean, originally in my mind's eye, I think there are a lot of ranches there. And like you said, they're starting to make them a little bit bigger, but I think reduction in height would be, benefit this close. Thank you.
Abby, thank you. Diane?
Yes, I agree with her. It's a very simple street. They were mostly ranches and some of them had a story and a half, but it's can't go anywhere because it's an in and an outer. So I would like to see it come down a little bit also. I think by their measurements I picked up that is 20 feet wide and 10 feet. 20 feet wide and 10 feet the other direction. So it's not a big building. So I think after that, it'll fit in nicely. That's all.
Okay, Diane, thank you. I think that because this is situated behind the single-story building and really back on the lot, that even though it is taller, the laws of perspective are going to work in our favor in terms of the single-story building concealing most of the building behind it. So I'm kind of in the Stephen Welch camp here, where whatever reasonable measures we can take to drop ridge height out, great. But you know, I think it's acceptable as a modest two-story building. Should we move this in some way, folks?
I think so. Where are you on height overall? You think maybe 6 inches on that top plate header?
6 inches out for me is fine.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion, exhibit to prove, subject to Exhibit A. And Exhibit A will reflect the top plate being lowered to create a top plate header situation at the windows. And I'll just mark that up on the drawing.
What's the height of that then after that?
It's going back here.
Yeah.
So, got it. And I guess
Okay, that is Stephen's motion. Now I'm going to pull the board here.
What did that come down to?
6 inches.
So that's 6 off of what? What's the building height? Right
6
now?
inches, lowering the entire, basically the roof system will be lowered 6 inches.
So
But this don't make the building 20, it's now 2813, it says.
13.
Well, something, it disappears, but it says 28 to the top.
28? So it'd be
at 20.
27.6.
Okay, 27.6, okay.
Is my math right there?
28 1 3/4 it is in reality.
Okay, so it'd be 27, 7 3/4.
Wow, that's good.
Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah.
That's my motion.
Okay. So on Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. There you go, Rob. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Night, night.
Diane, that was pretty funny. You tried to catch us at 2813.
Yeah. Shows you what I know about math.
No, I think you did that on purpose.
We should do all of our measurements in just inches now. Building is 5,290 inches tall. Okay.
Let's go metric.
So now we're at 6 Gardner Perry Lane. Ethan,
Yes, I'm here.
Ethan's here.
Yeah.
Hi.
This was filed last year.
Just filed last year?
Yeah, a year ago.
Oh. Got it. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised Matt hasn't used that yet. Oh, you can go to the photos. The first one. So they want to take the clapboard off and just have it shingles, so they don't have to keep painting it. They want to, that's on the front. On the other side, keep going, the next one. Replace the sliders with new ones, and the kitchen window, replace that, but I think we're putting muttons in it, so it matches. And then on the east side, there's a bay window, and there's the slider. Take the bay window out and put 3 double hungs matching the rest of the house. And then the casements, there it is. And the casements are plank casement windows. The house is built in 83. 1983. 82.
Okay.
It has plank casements around the windows. They're all kind of rotting, falling apart. They want to just replace that with standard window 4-inch trim, 5/4. That's it.
That's it?
I can go.
Okay, go.
I'm fine with it.
Abby's fine.
Oh, sorry, Holly.
Oh,
I didn't think.
No, it's not, but it's an infill within the OHD.
yeah, so,
Yeah,
let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this is a 1982 non-contributing infill within the OHD. And even though this is a contemporary dwelling, it was designed following Nantucket's vernacular. The change from clapboard to shingle facade is appropriate. The side wart or L with the bay window is appropriate, as it mimics a common 1920s addition with the bay window. It is more appropriate than the 6/6 triple gang proposed, and I do think it adds character. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do you think Mickey has anything on this?
We have no concerns.
No concerns. Okay, very good. Thank you, Mickey. All right, so let's see. Abby said she's good.
I have no concerns.
Val's good. Stephen, Diane.
I think we should start putting the person who didn't put it on consent on the list. I'm fine with this.
Okay. Diane, any issues?
No, I'm sorry to see the bay window and stuff go because it sort of fit in. But if, sounds like you've got the vote anyway. So I haven't got any.
We do. Yeah. All right. Did I hear a motion to approve?
Yes.
From you. Okay, Stephen has made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ethan. Do you mind? Sophie's lecture, just so we can get some of our associates going. Is it time? Okay, maybe I'll go Nosh. It's up to you.
Yeah, maybe we should just get that out of the way. So we can hang tight for 7 minutes. Mr. Chair, would you maybe just verify that my sniffer is working? Is it actually here?
Five,
No?
6. Uh-huh.
Magic. All right, so we're going to take a 7-minute break. And that gives me a chance to come back.
Sorry, Bandy.
folks.
Oh, only 2.5 more hours and 20 minutes.
And that's just this Tuesday. Think if we got a whole year of this, Abby. Okay, 156 Cliff. Good evening, Sophie.
Hi.
When you get to, let's see, why don't we announce your board? It's going to be Abby, Diane, Ray's not on it. He could be an alternate, though. He's here for the minutes. Myself and Joe. Joe, you there?
Am I on it?
I am, yes.
I was saving the best for last. And okay, Sophie, when you see your site plan, why don't you start walking us through it?
Okay, great. And I wanted to show you guys this town GIS hasn't updated yet. Just to orient you guys. Cliff Road is here, and there are 2 lots in front of this.
Mhm.
And this is a 45,000 double-sized lot that's in the back.
Okay.
So I'm not involved in these projects. but-
The first 2 lots?
The first 2, but I don't believe that this will be visible at all.
Okay.
Once those happen. Does that
Okay.
make sense? Here we
Yeah.
are, Cliff.
Got it.
So not only because it'll be hidden behind these 2.
Is that just a driveway, Soph, or is
Yeah,
it?
so this is
Okay.
like a shared
Di-
driveway on the side.
Diane, what Sophie's showing us is that the 2 lot, can you zoom out, click out twice?
2 clicks.
Can we get rid of the people? Thank you. Sorry, people. One more click. Diane, what Sophie was just showing us is that the 2 empty lots towards the top of the page are between this proposed structure, or the proposed structure, Sophie's got a few up, and Cliff Road.
Showing.
Yeah, I know the property. I reviewed it to put on consent. So, and I have known it for years.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to let you know what she was
Thank you.
showing us here.
Thank you. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
Sophie.
good.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Sophie, why don't you go ahead and start?
Yeah, so I don't think it'll be visible at all, and it also sits 4 to 5 feet lower than Cliff Road on that stretch there. The
Mhm.
driveway, the shared driveway goes downhill. So it's being proposed at 2,700 square feet on the ground, a wood roof, wood sidewall, cottage corners, all mahogany windows and doors, white trim, and
Okay. Are there any questions? Are there any concerns with appropriateness of architectural elements?
No, could I ask a question?
Sure, Diane, go ahead.
I wondered, in the front 2 lots, are they still vacant? So there's nothing between Cliff Road until you get back to this location, right?
Sophie?
yes, currently that's true.
And
This is
Okay.
all-
And Sophie, do you know where those other lots are in the development stage?
I'm not involved in any.
No, they have not had anybody since I worked as a
Mail
mailman.
carrier?
Yeah, that's what I was.
Huh.
Back in 1988, they have been vacant. They have never had anything put to them. So I would think that they probably will continue that way for a while.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Okay, who'd like to begin? Again,
I can go.
appropriateness of architectural elements, please.
So I have no concern about the design itself, but the height, if that could come down a foot or so, it's almost 30 feet high. And I think for Cliff Road, even though it's in the back, I still think it's going to set a precedence. And I would like to see that come down a couple of feet. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Abby. Val?
My main concern was the roof walk. I didn't know it was down a few feet. I wish we had a little topography to verify that, but I'll take Sophie's word for it.
I can give it to you if you want.
And then I would just say, I hope that you don't have to look at the horrific fence that backs up on Hickory Meadow to this.
Yeah.
You know, the fence.
There's one property in between.
You good? Diane?
Yes, I would like to see on the front of the house, the three windows in the right-hand side, the mulled windows. I would like to see them larger, as the same size on the other side, and separated. I think, well, there's a lot of other things like I think about other buildings there, but I think that that should be done. I don't think that on the next elevation down that the windows in the little gable should be so small. You're out, you looking at stuff I think unless it's a bathroom or something, it should be the same size windows as they have on either side. Is it technically a two-story house or a story and a half with a roof walk?
Well, why don't, Sophie, you field that question?
I would say it's a two-story house, even though the eave line is going slightly into the upper windows for the main mass where the roof walk is located, but then it's story and a half on the flanking mass.
Yeah, but couldn't decide which it was. I would separate those windows. You have a gable with two mulled windows in it and a whole lot of shingles on the side. Same with the one on the other side. Single window up there. I would separate them. I think you're going to, if you're going Cliff Road, no matter whether you're going into town or out of town, you look down on this house. So you're going to see the upper levels without much problem. It's quite a deep dip. And like you'll be looking down at the pool and everything down. You can't say you won't see anything on the first floor because we weren't able there to get out. But that's what I would say for the main house here is I would like to see the windows take up the extra shingles and make them of the size that they're going to use to have light and give the facade a smooth front.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Joe?
My only concern coming into the meeting, having looked at this, was the overall height. I think it's mitigated by the grade change, taking Sophie's word for it. I think that if you took the 11 pitches and made them all 10s, you'd get down below the 30-foot height. And given its distance from the road and its position on the site and the lots in front of it, I don't have a concern about the ganged windows because I think you've provided some fenestration variety by combining the ganged windows and the freestanding windows. If that's the correct term. So I'm fine with the overall design if you made a pitch modification. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Just to be clear, that pitch modification, how much are you thinking?
Well, I think if you went from an 11 pitch to a 10 pitch, you're still going to have what I would consider to be a pitch on the steeper side before it starts getting, 9 and down starts to feel a little flat. And I think, overall, even at the 11 pitch, my thought was there's a lot of additive massing on this, and probably less than 50% of the overall ridges are at that upper height. So I was even on the fence about leaving it at an 11, but you're 1 inch down from the maximum height. And I think to be safe, but overall change to 10 would do it.
Okay, thanks, Joe. I think that leaves me. I've really nothing to add. I think if there's support along the lines of Joe's suggested change, that we would probably we have a majority motion and approval. Sophie?
Can I ask a question? Do you guys care, just because a 10-foot and 11-foot, it does really change the aesthetics of it? Do you
No.
guys care how I do it, whether it's that I take height out of it or change it by
No.
half a degree? As long as it
I
comes-
personally don't.
So you're saying 1 foot down by any means on the main mast?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or, 9 inches. I
I'm
think
just
is
worried
fine.
about the perception from Cliff Road that it doesn't look, and anything you can do to bring down the height,
So, but,
down to like 28
but
something.
are you good with it coming out of the wall height or the ridge? It doesn't, or both, but it doesn't matter which.
I don't have a feeling about that.
Okay.
Just 9 inches by whatever.
9.
Okay.
Val, your thoughts on that?
I'm fine.
Okay. Joe, are you good with that if it comes out of either the wall or the roof system or both?
I'm absolutely good with it. I think the 11 pitch does work well with the architecture. I was trying to find an easy way to make it happen, to form it into a motion, but I'm fine with it going down 9 to 12 inches, any method.
Okay. I think the motion would be to approve subject to the ridge being lowered 9 to 12 inches through, it could be an exhibit A and it could just say that on it. How's that for your motion?
Yeah, not all the ridges, the main ridge.
Yeah, the main ridge. But the thing is that may necessitate
Right.
modifications.
Yeah,
to
dropping the other
portion
one.
of the
So,
roof. Yeah.
yeah.
I
Dropping
think we
the
can
other
write it up.
accordingly.
I think we can write it up. It would be as a through staff versus an exhibit A. And I can write that up. So basically the motion would be to lower the overall height by 9 to 12 inches, either through roof plane management or wall height management. Right? Is that your motion, Joe?
Yeah.
Excellent. On your motion?
Aye.
Let's see, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and Addie.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so that carries unanimously. Okay, let's move on to the next one, same board. We have the garage on the list. If we have the guest house in the queue, we can do that too. It's done. Pick your poison. Garage. Okay, so why don't you run us through this one quickly?
Okay, so the garage, all detailing to match, wood roof, it's $793 on the ground. It's a simple garage that has a studio above it on the second floor. The overall height is, 23 feet 3, so the highest ridge.
Okay, great, thanks. Questions? Okay, who'd like to begin with comments?
I would say that I would like to see the garage moved back on the property, so it's not out in front of the house as you drive in on the driveway. We have tried to avoid the garages. It will be very visible because of the way the topography runs. And it looks like you've got enough room to bring it back. So it's more in keeping with the end of the house.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Let's see, Val.
I understand Diane's concern, but I feel like the placement is back from the front of the house, even though it's a different angle. So I don't share that concern. I am okay with this structure as submitted.
Okay, thank you, Abby.
Yep, I agree with Val. I think my concern down the line is going to be about all that driveway material in front of the house, but where it's placed now, I'm fine with it.
Okay, thank you. Joe, are you thinking about a motion?
Well, you know what? My initial thought was in line with Diane's, but then thinking about the structure potentially rotating and sliding back. it might make the house look longer. I think there might be a benefit to it being as situated. So I would be inclined to make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay. And my thoughts before we vote on that motion are that I think Diane's point is valid, but I think in this particular location, in this particular situation, it's going to be approvable. Joe, on your motion?
Excuse me. Aye.
Let's see, Val?
Aye.
Diane?
I guess.
Okay. Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so that carries. We're on to the guest house. Can I get the main house with a Exhibit A stamp, please, when you get to it? No rush.
I did write something on there I think was fairly similar.
Oh, you already did it?
Yeah, because you didn't say exhibit A, you said 3 stamp.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sophie, go ahead when you see your.
I don't think we need one.
This is fine.
So are you guys saying I do it through staff? Still through staff, okay.
Yeah.
So this is the guest house? This is being proposed at 913 square feet on the ground, and the height of this is 25 feet 5 with the tallest ridge, and then the second ridges are at 22.6, and then it goes down to 16 to the lowest ridge. This I do feel will be, this is like 500 feet back from Cliff Road. I don't think that there would be any ability to see this past the garage and the house, even though I really don't even think you'll see those structures.
Okay. Thank you, Sophie. Questions? Okay. Concerns? Jenny? Same board.
I would motion to approve it as submitted.
Are there any concerns before I move on the motion? Okay, Val, on your motion?
Aye.
Diane?
No.
Okay. Abby?
I'm an aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So let the record reflect 4 in favor, 1 against. The no was Diane. And I think that is the whole kit and caboodle. And Val, you're up next.
Yep.
Thank you guys very much.
Thanks, Soph. Made it easy.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Thank you, Stephen. Val, oh, there we go. 150 Surfside Road.
Yep.
And hang on, that was just Joe. So Carrie, you? Okay. All right. Go ahead, Val.
This is a cottage being moved from 104 Surfside to 150 Surfside for Meg and Mike Connolly. We're not changing anything on the cottage, just moving it over and putting it down where Mike has plotted it. I really have nothing else to say. I gave you pictures of the structure. It's a 1-story ranch with natural to weather trim and Essex green windows.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Holly.
I do believe that a commissioner was looking at this for the consent agenda, but I think one of the concerns was you have on, I guess, another sheet where you're removing the existing deck and adding a new deck. And the way it's configured on the plans, that new deck would be actually facing towards the road.
Yes, part of it. One faces the front and it wraps around to the side.
It seemed a little atypical to face the front, but I don't know what the visibility would be.
There's no railing or anything. It's a flat deck on grade.
I reviewed this for consent, and I needed to know exactly what elevation we were looking at from the front. I see all sorts of photos, but I truly could not figure out exactly what we were going to be looking at on the west. Otherwise, I would have put it on consent.
I don't have a picture of the west because I couldn't get to it where it is.
Yeah, so that was the only thing, maybe a drawing of the front elevation to see what we would see from Surfside, but otherwise I was going to put it on consent.
Yeah.
With that condition, I would still do it.
Okay.
Question three, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So no pictures at all of the west, even obliquely?
I couldn't get anything
Okay,
because.
just asking, just asking. Okay.
So I have a question.
Maybe just a drawing.
A general question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Val, is there going to be a driveway off Surfside Road for this
Yes,
little
it's-
cottage?
It's there.
Okay, so, yeah, I would just like to see what that would look like. It does look like there's a lot of vegetation. What would the height of that be? Just,
The height of the building?
yeah,
Well, I think it's about 15 feet.
yeah, it's just,
Yeah.
so it's not going to overwhelm. You're not gonna, if the vegetation was to stay in place, you probably wouldn't see very much of this, I'm guessing. But it would be nice to see
Well,
that.
that's not true because there is a driveway in front of it and it's 32 feet from the road. So don't count on vegetation. That's why I'm saying we should just have a drawing of that front elevation.
Okay.
It's,
Go
it's
along with
a
that.
minimal building, but just
Yeah.
having a record of what we're gonna look at.
So, I'm just going to chime in here. So there seems to be an abundance of photographs that shows the south elevation where the front door is, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's on the north side? No, which elevation do we, are we not
The
having?
west is what I don't have, which would be facing the road. There's no doors on it. There's just 2 windows. The deck was gonna just wrap around.
See, I
that
think
grade.
that might be the concern is
Yeah.
like, we don't actually know what we're gonna see.
That's fine. We'll
Which is
just hold for
why
revisions.
can't you take a photograph of it? Just the
Because
vegetation is.
it's like the bushes are right up against
Yeah,
it, so I was
okay.
not gonna.
Does
get
it,
it.
does it look similar to the east? I mean, it would be the opposite of the east.
No, because there's a secondary
No,
mass
the
on
east
that
has a
east end.
second gable. Let's
Yeah.
just hold it and I'll bring some in.
Yeah, sorry, because it seems really straightforward,
Yeah.
but like the one kind of important piece of information is not there.
I'd make a motion to hear this Tuesday next week, so long as the supplemental information is turned in by Friday at noon.
Great
Okay.
idea, thank you. Carrie on that,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Oh, Stephen on yours,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Okay.
There we go, okay. Okay, Val, thanks. Chip Webster at 3 Commercial Street. We have Chip?
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Okay,
Uh,
Stephen's off, Connie's on.
Well, if I can share the screen, I would love to pull up the drawings. Thank you.
Okay,
All right. And I don't know if Polly or Mickey has something to say first, but Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant, and does anyone else have anything to say, or should I present it? So this is a proposal for a revision to existing dormers at 3 Commercial Street. You can see the locust plan on the left, the location of the building, and the site plan on the right of the location of the building. These are the existing photos from Commercial Street, which is to the north, 3 photos on the top of the page. These are the south side of the same building. You can see that there's a dormer, existing dormer on the rear that's sort of a combination gable and shed dormer. And the proposal is to revise the dormer on the north side, or the 2 dormers, as shown on this drawing in the red cloud. So it'd be changing the 2 existing dormers that are shed dormers to gable dormers, and then connecting them with a shed dormer that is set back by several feet from those dormers. And it's clouded in red, and that is our only proposed revision. And I turn over to the board for comments. Thank you.
thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, there's an HDC survey on file for this 1970s Crow's Nest. It was part of the Sherburne Associates Harborview Building Complex. The proposed changes to the existing dormer is on the harbor side, and although there is an atypical
What is
long
with this?
dormer flanked by the smaller gable dormers on the same plane, giving the appearance of a shed gable dormer. The proposed is better in proportion, however, the gable dormer shown should conform to building with Nantucket in mind with a 412 roof pitch. Be modest in proportion, and the faces should be just the window, not two, with one window, not two, and bring the eave closer to the window headers, and shingle wall under the windows is minimal. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Holly, thank you. Mickey?
Yes, this is a very old building. It's probably from the late 1800s. Sandboard maps would have been helpful to see. But it's the shed dormers that are existing on the front of this building are very old. They show up in the old photographs. So they're part of the historic character of this building. The proposed changes are really not appropriate because the gables they're just too tall and massive. The connector is not appropriate on the front of this building because it overwhelms the front roof plane. And the whole proposal changes the historic character of the building. I know that there's a sort of a similar dormer on the rear of the building, which is really very not visible from any public way. And just because it's on the rear of the building doesn't make it appropriate for the front of this building. It's just too overwhelming. Thank you.
Mickey, thank you.
Mr. Chair, and then- so
This is Holly, by the way, for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one, to Mickey's point, there wasn't any historic information included on the application. So I'll put that on chip. I want to make it clear that any application for an existing structure needs to have a date associated with it and not have it so that the staff has to opine on it. With that said, the old 89 survey that we have on file in the office does not have a date to it. However, if it was done in 89, this actually says it's contributing, leads me to believe the date that the tax assessors indicates, which is, I don't like going by, of 1970 is erroneous. So there is validity with what Mickey's saying, that it is older. I will say this, that it was when Sherburne Associates worked on the commercial street and commercial wharf and created their Sherburne Associates, cottages, they did have this as part of their portfolio. So obviously it's had work on it, but it would be nice, to Mickey's point, to have more information as far as Sanborn Maps is concerned and any other information that I couldn't find within a couple of minutes. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right,
Appreciate that.
Holly, thanks for the clarification.
Just to add to that, excuse me, I did check the Sanborn maps myself, and it does show up. This is the original location of this building, and it's really quite old relative to the buildings around it. So thank you.
Okay, great. Good to know. Thank you, Mickey. All right, who would like to begin? Abby's going to start.
Okay.
All right.
I believe that the north elevation with the proposed ganged window dormers is overwhelming, and I prefer just the simpler version. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Who's next? Diane, Val, Carrie, right?
I'll go.
Val, go ahead.
I had to look at a paper copy because it
Yeah,
keeps going away.
Okay, I did want to note
I
that
tried to
down.
compress
Despite
it.
our,
Yeah.
it's, the file is overloading
Yeah.
our little
Oh, maybe.
iPads. There's too much stuff in the file, like this file.
I agree with it being too much for the front facade. Maybe he can add a third shed dormer or something. And on the sides, the east and the west, it really overwhelms the structure. So I think he needs to modify.
Okay.
I'll second that or third it.
All right, thank you, Carrie. Diane, anything to add? She muted? You're muted.
Yeah, I just want the north elevation to remain as it is, not with the new gables. Okay,
Okay, thank you. And my comments are in line with essentially what Holly said in the intro. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna request some revisions here.
Motion for revisions.
There it is. Abby's made a motion for revisions on that motion. Val,
Aye.
very good. Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
aye.
thank you, Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay,
Okay,
thank
great.
you.
Thank you, everyone. All right, bye-bye.
Next up, Straight Wharf. Somebody to rep?
Paul Baloo.
Ray, can I get off for 5 minutes?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but I have a,
No, it's just fine. Just let us know, let somebody know when you're back, okay?
yeah, yeah. I
We'll cover
certainly
you
will.
until then. All right, so,
Okay.
do we have somebody? We do, and it is Paul.
Correct.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3. You back, Stephen?
No, your call. I'm fine sitting here.
Okay, so why don't we do Connie and Joe? So Paul, your board, Val, Abby, Ray, Connie, and Joe. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's move. Go.
For the record, Paul Bollier, Vice President, Main Street Architects. I'm here before you folks tonight for what we refer to as the carpenter shed. It's a utility shed on the Straight Wharf there. If you can scroll down, the existing carpenter shed has about a 6-pitch. We're working with George, the electrical inspector, due to the changing weather patterns and stuff that we are seeing. Some of that electrical gear, when it does get flooded down there, gets wet, so we have to elevate our electrical gear. To elevate said electrical gear, we need certain clearances to keep around it, so therefore it's driving us to pull the roof off of this and to work on a different pitch. Like I said, the existing pitch is a 6/12. We'd like to go to a 12/12 pitch, and then also working in a dormer, kind of similar to other dormers that have kind of been put on different wharfs in that area. Something more to get us the height, obviously, and then to work in some character to this to try to blend in with the rest. It's pretty cut and dry, like I said, on the utility shed aspect, but obviously I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, Paul, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a contributing structure from the Sherburne Associates Beinecke era. There actually is an HDC survey on file from the 1960s, and it's contributing towards the local national district. I did want to mention, as far as Mr. Hull, George Hull, our wiring inspector, I have spoken to him. I actually, upon receipt, after seeing there was a notation in the file that this was due to the electrical concerns that George had with this structure, I wanted him to take a look at what we received, because if you remember correctly, a couple of years ago, might have been now, there was one on the other wharf of putting a shed dormer on the front, right at Straight Wharf, but on the other side. And he's basically said that we were supposed to receive revised plans, Paul, where he did not agree that the slope that's being proposed, that pitch, was necessary, that it should be just as done on the previous application, which I believe it was done by a different architecture firm, but nonetheless for one of these wharf cottages. And that was as of Friday afternoon. We do have a letter with support of the proposal, but not with this particular architecture before you with this pitch. And I would highly recommend not changing this pitch as proposed. It's not appropriate. Now, if it can stay the same pitch as this one is, as well as what was approved on the other one, to have that consistency, because we are going to see more of this down where the flood zone is, trying to take the internal, unfortunately, and create and fix it on the external program. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Just to be clear, so The electrical guy that submitted this stuff on Friday said that you could leave the pitch just the way it is.
Correct. Yes.
I do respect where they're coming from. Obviously, I'm trying to work with you folks the best that we can here. I could have included a section with this, which would probably be helpful. I have to keep 3 feet clearance all around this. I don't know what George is alluding to, that I could keep that 6 pitch. I mean, I could keep the 6 pitch roof, but I'd have to raise the whole walls and add another 3 feet or so. I have to keep 3 feet clearance all around this new switchgear, which we've modeled into our model. And I have to elevate it on 3 courses of block. So the 3 courses of block on top of what's already there is just not going to work.
Okay. All right, thanks. And Mickey, your turn.
Yeah, similar concerns. I mean, this is the first shed that you see on the wharf as you walk out there, and its profile is really clear and visible. It's to change this to a 12 pitch is a big difference, a big change for this little building. The dormer pitch looks too shallow. The main pitch is too steep. The dormer is too close to the edge of the building. Normally we want to see a few feet. I don't recommend raising the plate height. That would be even just as bad. And if you're going to put windows in there, they should be a smaller light window, not these larger panes. I think it would be helpful to see some detailed, mechanical drawings and something like that. So we really know what's the minimum amount of work done here. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, Mickey, thank you. It's
Can I
actually
respond to that, Mr. Chair, just on one?
Yeah, briefly.
Okay, just the windows and stuff makes sense. We can do something in detail. I have to keep the dormer close to that edge because that's where that electrical gear, all the feeders are. So I have to work within some realistic realm of that edge, but that's it.
Okay. I'm going to reiterate the board because I myself have already forgotten. Val, Abby, myself, Carrie, and Connie, was that it?
I think Joe and it was Joe and Cody.
Joe and Connie, sorry, that's right, Joe and Connie. Okay, who wants to start?
I'll go.
Thanks.
It would have been helpful to have a picture of the building and maybe some of the buildings aside it. I don't mind the dormer being like it is because a lot of that is old Nantucket little sheds and shacks down there, so not being 3 feet is fine with me. But I agree with Mickey about the size of the window. I think they're too big. And I also agree with the gentleman who's presenting this. I would like to see the eave line stay where it is, and so maybe a different roof pitch rather than a 12, but to raise the walls up just to leave a 6 pitch is gonna look really wonky. So those are my comments.
Okay, thanks. Who's next? Go ahead, Abby.
I think we're losing a bit of the old historic profile by making the pitch steeper. And I think if it needs to have the dormer for the headroom for the equipment, I would take it off the ridge line. It is an old shed and it just seems simple, but that's its beauty. And I think making that pitch steeper is just taking away from it. So I think a compromise is somewhere here. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Let's see, Joe, Connie.
Joe, hesitantly. I think as drawn, it's a quirky little building and seems appropriate down there. I'm not thinking about it in the context of it being a historic shed. So hearing the background from Mickey and Holly really has me in a little bit of a quandary about the best way to approach it. I mean, one thought was, do you just lift the whole building up to try to get height and make the walls taller? But I think then you're gonna end up with an eyesore. So I do think that keeping the eave line, a steeper pitch, that all makes sense. I have a question for the applicant, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
This dormer, I thought at the beginning you characterized it as bringing in some light. But then Mickey mentioned the cheek wall coming off the gable end, and it sounds like the presence of this dormer is part of the functionality of the electrical that you're trying to accommodate. Is that correct?
Correct. We're trying to take the electrical switch gear and put it up on CMU blocks and waterproof it up so it'll be, 16, 30 something inches now above where it currently is. So because of that, I can't just raise the roof pitch to make my clearances work all around the equipment. I also have to add a dormer. And then just add a dormer without windows, we thought was going to look even more unsightly. So we can play with the window size, but we thought that was kind of the best look.
Okay. Do you have flexibility in the floor plan for the location of that? Or since you're lifting it up and moving it, can it move laterally so that?
I have flexibility within inches, I've been told, because there's so much stuff running under that wharf. So we have to stick with where the main feeds are coming in.
Okay.
That's why I couldn't center the dormer and it's offset. And there was definitely a little more thought process put into it. I know I sold it off as just a shed, but obviously we wanted to look good down there as well.
Okay. Well, and I think my closing comment would be, given it is all under 16 feet, which at least zoning here kind of recognizes as once it's over that height, it's no longer a shed. So I guess I'm in the same camp as Val. Those are my comments. I'm sorry if they're confusing.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think, Connie, it is to you now.
Yeah, I don't have much more to add. I don't know if we could maybe compromise on the pitch and do smaller windows in the dormer. I don't know if that would work. That's all I have.
Okay. Connie, thank you. So a few things. One, to see, I forget who made this point earlier, but to see what we're actually dealing with in terms of the equipment and its location would help us at least justify what you're proposing. The only thing that hasn't been said that I will simply add is, if you look at the trim package on the existing building versus the one that you're proposing, it's like jazzier. It's just.
That's a mistake. Sorry. I'll fix that.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you acknowledge that, because the simplicity of the existing should act as your model. So those are the comments. I think a lot of us
Another suggestion.
Oh, Val has another suggestion.
Go ahead.
How about making that portion of the building a salt box
And
leaving the rest, the other part of the shed at the 6, so it would then look really funky like the buildings down there? Just throwing that at you.
Okay.
Okay.
So there
Can
are.
I say one more thing, Mr. Chair? Sorry.
That's you, Joe, right?
Yeah. I think my train of thought is similar to Val's. I was curious if you're looking at this front elevation that's up here where you've got the single door, it seems like the majority, like 40% of the roof of this building could stay at the lower pitch, and maybe you just make a roof adjustment. I don't know how that manifests, but where you need the equipment. So you're not changing the entire massing of the building. You're making a quirky building to accommodate what you need to functionally. And that might be appropriate, whether or not it's a salt box or a dormer that's close to the edge, but you may be able to keep more of the existing massing if you look at it that way. Just a thought.
Could I suggest that we hold for revisions?
I think that's a good suggestion. Okay, so Abby has moved to hold for revisions. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joseph,
Aye.
Abby on your
Aye.
motion, and I'm in favor. There we go. All
Thank you,
right,
everybody.
thanks. All right, okay, next up, 14 Brant Point Road.
I'm back.
Okay, Diane is back. 14 Brant Point Road. Howdy.
Hi, Liz Kenichi with Christopher L. Morey Design and Construction. This is, the proposed work is a second floor addition over the existing garage at the left-hand side of the building. There's no change in footprint for the structure. The proposed work or renovations on the south elevation would be adding a new covered entry porch, outdoor shower, and fence enclosure for the propane tank. On the north elevation is removing and replacing the existing exterior staircase, modifying the existing screened-in porch to make it an open porch, and removing the outdoor shower, which would be relocated, as stated before. On the west elevation would be adding a garage overhang. And the east elevation, there's really no change except for you can see the screen porch there. A couple other things to note. The visibility of the proposed work from both Wall Street and Brant Point is limited, if not non-existent, and the property is surrounded by tall hedge or significant vegetation on the north, south, and west elevation. So the only elevation for butter really is the east elevation. And the structure was built in 1986, and Holly, correct me if I'm wrong, but this property is not in the OHD. Yeah. That's it.
Thank you, Liz. Okay, so let's get clear on the board. Val, Abby, Diane, are you back, Stephen?
I'll serve as an alternate role.
Okay, so then it's to Carrie. Good? Everybody good?
Yep.
All right, so I think it's to you, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, for the record, this is a non-contributing structure. There is an old HDC survey on file, and it is from 1986. The proposed second floor addition to the left of the facade increases the lopsidedness of the symmetry that was once there when originally constructed, or that's there now. The addition's height should be significantly reduced for proper additive massing, as the proposed gives a feeling of a long ridge. And then the roof walk wasn't original, and the prior approval should be provided with the file, and it should conform with building with Nantucket in mind. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey?
Can I make a note on the roof wall?
Sure.
That's no longer there. It was damaged and has come off since, if you look at the photos.
Oh, like
Does that?
it's gone.
Yeah, as it's noted on the plans, but just to we did roof
memorialize
work
it.
in 2021, and with like kind approval, and while we were doing the roof work, we noticed there was significant rot, and it was, so we removed it.
I guess my point is, based on the 89 survey that's on file, the roof walk is not included, so sometime between 89 and then it was installed, and I was just saying, since you're putting it back as it was previously approved, that it should be noted.
We're not adding
Oh, you're
it.
not?
No,
It's
got
off.
it.
We just
Sorry.
wanted to be,
Sorry, Liz.
Official,
Correct.
official,
Got
official,
it.
like it's
Thank
not
you,
there.
But it was, any file, it would be shown.
Okay. All right, thanks, everyone. Now, let's go back to Mickey if he's got comments.
We weren't terribly concerned with this due to the lack of visibility, but I would agree with Holly's comments about the two-story additions on that side of the building. If they could be scaled down in height a little bit, that would be preferable. Thank you.
Mickey, thank you. Okay, there it is, folks. Who wants to start?
I will.
Thank you, Val.
I've done some work on buildings back there and it is really obscure. I even got a outdoor ladder to a roof walk because of lack of visibility.
You did?
I did. I think that a lot of this is in the plus column, getting rid of that screened-in porch and the roof walk. Yeah, I don't have any concerns with this,
Okay,
given where it is and what it is, and it's not historic. Thank
okay.
you.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Carrie.
I think in any other location, I would want the garage second floor to be a knee wall and dormers to really telescope much more than it is. But again, this location, I think this can fly there.
Okay, see, you're good. All right. Thank you, Carrie. Let's see, that leaves Abby and Diane.
Yeah, I was the same as Carrie. If this were somewhere else more visible, I think it looks like it does have additive massing, but it is a really long building now, and I think that's probably not a good thing, but due to where it is, I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Abby, thank you. Diane? You might be muted, Diane.
I think it's hard to say about this building. It's been around and it's been hidden and they added things to it. And it becomes invisible. I don't know why. I'm glad to see the roof walk going. I think I agree with Holly and Val on what's going on. Whatever it picks out, you're not going to see it. I don't know how it tucks back there, but 14 has always tucked back Brent Point Road there. So all the bad parts seem to be being removed. So I would go along with their proposal that we have. Thank you.
All right, sounds like everybody's on board. That's what it
Motion
sounds
to
me.
approve is submitted.
All right. That's Val's motion. On Val's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right,
Thank you.
Liz, thank you. Okay, now we're on to 32 Pocomo. Matthews out there. Yeah. Of course you can. You are only allowed to have one. Okay, so Matthew, you've just lost Val.
Oh, jeez.
But you've gained Connie.
Oh, that's great. Okay, I can start with your permission.
Don't think of it as losing Val. Think of it as
Connie.
gaining
I know,
Connie.
yeah.
Think of her as being an alternate
There it is.
for our math taker.
Oh,
Right?
now are you back? I should have asked.
No, I'm gonna sit as an alternate.
Okay, all
So
right,
that
so then,
means they can
so then
sit
it's
after.
actually Connie and Joseph. All right? Okay, Matthew, go ahead. 32
Thank you,
Pocomo.
Mr. Chair. So this is an application for an outdoor kitchen. This is a house we designed years ago and then did a barn. And these owners are looking for, like, it's basically an outdoor kitchen / wood-fired, oven, if you will. It's located pretty far back from the road. I think you've all looked at this previously for a gate that we had submitted previously. And I don't think it's going to be visible at all. There's a lot of existing vegetation screening the house from the road. Also, the orientation of the driveway is such where, like, you can't really see the front of the house. So this is set pretty far back. And there's also a pool with a fence with a double privet hedge in front of it. So yeah, not something we normally do. They reached out to a few different landscape architects and nobody got back. And so that's why we're here before you with an outdoor kitchen.
Okay. Stephen is not.
Not active.
We've provided.
Okay, so I'm going to reiterate. So Abby, you're on it. I would appreciate that. Diane's on it. Val will be coming back. So Abby, Diane, Connie, Joseph, and myself. Okay? All right. So who would like to begin?
I have a question, if you don't mind.
Yes, Joe.
Hi, Matt. The question is whether or not there's any visible stonework or chimney on the existing house or other structures there. And are you matching that stone? I'm just curious.
I can answer that through you, Mr. Chair. So, Joe, I believe there is a chimney, and I believe it's brick, if I recall correctly. I don't think that the height of this would be visible, but anyways, it's a good question.
Okay.
You want to continue, Joe?
Yeah. Well, it looks somewhat monolithic, but it also looks well screened, and I would be comfortable if just the top part of the chimney was visible, but I don't think you're going to see this given the vegetation, just taking a look at that aerial.
Okay.
Those are my comments.
All right. Thank you. Who's next?
I'm like a snail trying to pull back into my shell. So Matt, I don't know how to make this simpler, but Joe mentioned monolithic, what can we do to make this simpler so that it looks, I mean, so you're saying we're not going to see this, but it's just is so not Nantucket, and I don't know whether
you could shingle it.
Yeah,
that's a joke.
So maybe let's hear some other.
Okay. People. Fair enough. Connie, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm with Joe. I don't really have any concerns due to lack of visibility with this. Thank you.
Okay. Connie, thank you. Diane?
Yeah, I was wondering where is that metal cast iron fence that's in behind? Where does that go along on the property?
The metal cast iron fence.
The regular black iron picket fence, which you see in that picture of the stone fireplace.
Well, that's a sample image.
Stone sample primarily. It's just to show.
Yeah, I mean that's has nothing really to do with the fence. It has to do with the type of stone that he's talking
I know.
about.
I was trying to spot the fence because I think that fence made that stone very, very formal, and I was just trying to find it on the property.
I see.
So, but I think it will be hard to see this as you go, Pakama. I just perhaps a little more give in the site plan there. I can see where it is and where I guess that fence is. So I don't think you'll see it easily because you've got houses on both sides and vegetation. So you probably would not see it at all. That's what I say.
All right, Diane, thank you. Abby, anything further? No. So this isn't actually an outdoor fireplace. It's a Aztec sacrificial altar. It should be down in the peninsula,
I
the
just wanna-
Yucatan Peninsula.
I just want to caution the board, we should not be commenting as this has to do with religious rights.
Oh, that's right, strike that.
Okay, duly noted.
Okay, but I do think that the sacrificial altar will not be visible from Pocomo Road. Okay, so should we move it? Folks,
I'd motion to approve due to lack of visibility.
all right, like it, Joe, thanks a lot. On that motion, Connie,
Aye.
thank you, Abby.
Abstain.
Okay, Diane,
The, I abstain too on that rock.
okay, and Joe on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So the motion passes 3 in favor, 2 abstentions. Okay, Matthew, you got a couple more coming up here.
Yes, actually, Mr. Chair.
Oh, right. So Abby's going to take a break. Let's see where we
I'll
are.
come back,
Oh, so
although I need a pen.
this reminds me of like
Thank you.
WWF tag team. Abby's out, Steven's in. 23 Broad Street.
With your permission, I can start, Mr. Chair.
I'm just going to establish your board here, Matt. Sure. Connie, Carrie.
Yes.
You ready, Matt?
I am, Mr.
No,
Chair.
Connie, Carrie, Stephen, Diane, myself. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. So this is a proposal for a small roof addition to an existing entryway, which is visible on the west elevation. So if you went to that sheet, I think it's A2.2. You'll see it's basically just an extension of a hip roof. Also, in full disclosure, I was down at the site
We
this
love
weekend.
full disclosure.
Yeah. The contractor, he framed the roof, so it's partially completed.
Oh.
I apologize. I don't know if he thought it was approved. We sent drawings for approval, but needless to say, it's not the way we would prefer it to happen. But you could consider it a full-scale mock-up for your review.
That's a good one.
But I do apologize. It's clearly a miscommunication. But anyway, so that is the only thing that we're here before you for. So it is a residential access. It's a protect, from the elements as you come in and outside of the door. All the details are intended to match the existing detail, but albeit a bit dialed back in terms of the level of detail with the primary entrance there. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Matthew, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the Brotherhood. Our HDC survey indicates it's an individually significant structure, Greek revival built after the Great Fire of 1846. I did want to notate that the HDC survey in the application, Matt, is actually for the that old garage that was on site, not the Brotherhood itself.
Okay.
The change to the door type as the access to the residential use on the 3rd floor makes sense. However, extending a covered roof hipped over the stairs is elaborate and it competes with the historic facade, which is the Greek Revival entry on the west elevation. That is the facade of the main structure. Understand the need. However, a simpler roof over this entry that does not compete architecturally would be more appropriate. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
A simpler roof as in like a shed roof type?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. If you look at the elevation that is, if you're looking at it, yes, if you're looking at it from the south elevation, Adrian, if you can go to that one. I know Matt has an elevation there. No, keep on going. The other, yeah, keep on going up. Keep on going. Keep on going. Right there.
Hips back, whereas it could just be the shed extension of what's there already.
Yeah, thank you.
If I-
Oh, yeah, got it. Okay.
Because you could look at the long one.
Holly,
If I couldn't, Mr. Chair, just briefly on that, because we did draw a shed initially, and for whatever reason, I felt like it looked as if it was drew more attention to it. We're certainly open to either or. The hip seemed a bit softer, so.
okay, let's see where it goes, Matt. Okay, Holly, thank you. Mickey?
So, we all know this is the front of the building. This west elevation is the front facade. And this, as Holly pointed out, really interferes with the front facade. It's a clean mass as it is now. And this hip roof kind of interferes with that. It interrupts the pilaster on the corner. It's, as it is now, the existing addition to the back of the Brotherhood building to the left of this facade it's not really an appropriate style. Doesn't really relate to the main mass. And this kind of connects the two sections architecturally, and I just think it just interferes with it in an inappropriate way. It's not really necessary to cover this stoop. So I just don't think this is appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. Everybody know who's on this? Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody want to begin?
I'll go.
Thanks, Steve.
I don't, I understand the comments that are being made, but this is the front of the house on the side of the building, and it's 60 or so feet back from the street. I think there's some validity to using a shed-style roof because it will blend out, camouflage-wise in terms of the existing shed. It follows the same lines. It's just an abbreviated, basically it's a line. But on the other hand, I think the hip with the trim detail as proposed actually kind of gives a nod to the formality of the Greek revival on the side of the building. So those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks.
It's a little bit of a quandary because I also understand what's being said, but for me, I think it's just when you're looking at the west elevation, it's just because of the size of that entry porch reads bigger than the other one. But I think, the similar roof style is kind of a nod to what's there. And I mean, either way, you're introducing something new, and I don't see it being that horrible of a thing. Maybe if you can reduce it a little bit so it doesn't read as, bigger than the,
That is the existing size of the stoop.
Yeah.
So weren't proposing to change the stoop size.
yeah, no, that's, yeah, I don't think I think I'm okay with this.
Okay. Carrie, thank you. Let's see. You right?
Yes. Yep. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to add or really any concerns with this proposal or the door. Thank you.
Connie, thank you. Diane?
Well, I guess Carrie just asked that deck there going into that side entrance is is that's the size it is. I would have hoped it could have been made smaller so that it wasn't quite, so it wasn't, as been said, it's bigger than the front door. What happened to that door that's on the south side? That won't work?
Door on the south side.
There, right there. See the south elevation proposed door? Is that going in?
That's what we're proposing to, through you, Mr. Chair. Diane, that is what we're proposing. Currently, it's an aluminum door.
Yeah.
That's existing.
Well, that's a nice looking door. I have no problem with that. I don't know what to do about the other one except hope it doesn't remain looking bigger than everything else and people go into it rather than into the building itself. I think it's a hard place to work because we're working as a modern building that was built as an old building. So there you are. But if it can't be made any smaller, that's it. I think the door proposed on the south elevation is fine. Thank you.
Diane, thank you. So I actually agree with Matt in terms of the strategy with the hip roof for two reasons. One, that it is picking up on the portico over the front door. But two, and maybe more importantly, is the fact that unlike a shed, it's taking away less of the facade of the existing historic building. It's intruding less into that fabric, so I like it for that reason. I'm okay with this as submitted. So would somebody care to make a motion, see where it goes? Jump and shout.
Well, it's a short photos from the perspective, but it doesn't seem like that stoop is very big. The drawing seems like it's bigger.
Is this the accurate condition?
Yes.
I believe Carrie's observation is correct. So
That's the
motion would
beauty of
be
perspective.
approved, subject to no modifications to the length or width of the stoop. Can you live with that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. That's Stephen's
And that's
motion.
just a condition, there's nothing required to be put in the drawings.
Or through staff, right. Okay, that's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane.
I didn't hear his motion. He wasn't talking
The
into
motion is to approve as submitted with the stipulation that everything will be as it is on the drawings.
No.
Okay.
Changes to the,
Everything will be as it is in the field. with
oh,
respect
in
to
the
size of
field,
the
yeah,
stoop.
which presumably is the drawings, but it might not be. As it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Diane?
Oh, yeah, I agree then. It's to be a
Okay,
truthful
so-
drawing, right?
All right, so Diane's in, Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. There you go, that's that. 25 Willard.
And I'm an aye.
Oh,
Actually, Mr.
I'm sorry, I thought I got you. No, okay.
Mr. Chair, I was going to see if I could actually hold 25 Willard for next week.
Twist
There's a
our
consultant
arm.
that we're working with, and
Yeah, okay,
they made some
fine.
suggestions.
So that'll automatically go on for next week. I don't think we need a motion. All right, so there's that, and then you are at Quidnet, right?
Yes.
And is Abby back? Abby Camp, or is Abby Camp back? Okay, so the 2026 Quidnet, we're doing a new dwelling. So we got Abby, Diane, myself, Stephen, are you in?
Yes.
Stephen's in, and Joe. Okay, Joe?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Right, let's go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for basically a second dwelling on 26 Quidnet Path. I don't know if you're familiar with, this was a fairly small subdivision, probably like 15, 20 years ago. And most of the houses actually face on Quidnet Path. But if you look at the locus map, you'll see that the rear of the structures actually also have frontage on Quidnet Road. And so this is a little bit of a tricky site. It's Mesa habitat. And so there's a very specific building envelope that was allocated for second dwellings, which is indicated on the site plan. And so it's a bit unique in that the primary and the secondary structure are fairly distant from one another. And I think that they'll be viewed by the public as independent structures. Having said that, all of the details and the massing schematic are reference the main dwelling, which is pretty simple and straightforward. We didn't design the main house. So in terms of its presence on Quidnet Road, the intent is that it reads as a very simple cottage on Quidnet Road. But again, it does have same color scheme, which I believe is gray trim, gray sash, to match the main house, even though I don't think that they can even be viewed in the same from any one perspective, but for sake of consistency, we did that. In terms of the height, it's a 1.5-story structure. Again, try to keep the massing very simple. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Holly?
I actually don't have any comments on this, other than I do remember the subdivision. And I didn't remember that section of it, allowing the double frontage, if you will. So I'm assuming Matt's and his client has gone through the planning board to make sure that part is approvable, since that's a second curb cut and all that. I just wanted to mention it for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You know, I've been on the board long enough to remember, like, when all those lots first went in and everyone was screaming at the planning board for allowing these things to sort of trail down the hill. And it was a knockdown, drag out for a while with all those houses up there. Anyway, so it's Diane, Abby, myself, Stephen, and Joseph. Who wants to start?
I will go if you want.
Diane, go ahead.
I think it's approvable. I think it's a very nice, simple house. I like the chimney outside. It's properly corbelled. And I think it will fit in out there in Quidnet well. I don't see any problem with it right now.
Great. Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Joe.
Sure. The only comment I have is on the front elevation, which I guess is the south, and it relates to the spacing of the windows and the shed dormer. I think the dormer and the windows should be symmetrical. The one on the left, I think, just needs to shift over and not be concerned about the windows that are below it. I think you might have tried to line them up, but that's my only comment.
Okay. That's an interesting comment. All right, let's see. Now we have Abby. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I agree. I think I like this. It's very simple. I was wondering about on that south elevation, if that front porch could make the turn and go around, give that a little hip there. It might settle the first floor, and it would go sort of with the left side of the building there. I think there's something about the 4 windows on the second floor in that dormer. I wish they related a little bit more together, and I don't know if they were closer together, if they would look more cottagey, but there's something a little bit.
You're totally right. It's one thing that's been bugging me about the second floor windows, if I could, through you, Mr. Chair. But I think Joe's suggestion would totally do the trick. If we took the second floor window that's furthest to the left and
Mhm.
slid it to the right so that it was the same distance as the one all the way to the right, that would do the trick.
Yeah.
And as far as, if I could do you, Mr. Chair, just wrapping that hip around, if you look at the site plan, Abby, there's a defined building envelope. If you zoom in right at that front corner, turning the corner with that roof, we would go over our allowable building envelope per MISA and Planning Board.
Okay, just a suggestion. I hadn't seen that, but thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Stephen?
Can we go to the site plan? Is there another site plan that shows the full extent of the lot?
Yeah,
I think on
on
the cover page.
G 1.1.
No, it doesn't. Can we go back to the one you were on? Sorry. And give 3 clicks down in the lower right of the proposed. Couple more. Matt, scroll down a little.
Oh, the front's clipped.
Yeah, it looks like there's masking on the site plan note. It's not transparent, so it's covering it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Do we know where that is?
That front setback is
it a 20?
It is 30
Is that
feet.
what you're asking?
So it's a 30-foot front setback.
Okay, so 30 feet. Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
My only concern, I think, is just it's a little bit tall overall. You know, like that. What's the height? 24.
24.
24.8. So, you know,
25.
I think it's closer to 25 than certainly 24. Those structures tend to be more than strong, and I think it just it shows in the elevations, and I think that it can come down a little bit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Could somebody use their mic?
Oh,
Diane, thank you. My comments were a bit too tall. It's a little tallish.
And Mr. Chair, we do have an abutters, or I'm assuming a butter, the hand raised.
Oh, so I've been told that there's someone on Zoom with their hand raised. If you could unmute and announce yourself.
Good evening and thank you. This is Susan Florence Smith. I'm in a butter directly across at 4 Naumer. My late husband and I have been there over 25 years. I want to first thank you for your time and extraordinary time and dedication. I'm quite concerned about the location and scale. This house seems to abut the setback on all 3 sides and its proximity to Quidnet Road. There is no structure to my understanding, from Pulpus to Squam that is this close to the road, this close to the exact setback. Most of us have worked very hard to make sure we're not near property lines and we are beyond the setbacks. So therefore, because of the thin strip, to me, it seems like the scale is off. I'm worried about the height and the visibility. I think it may be overwhelming. And I'm also concerned about the cutaways. Many of us were told, as you all know, about the heated discussions, that there wouldn't be cutaways when the area was developed. And this is the first sort of subdividing the lot or putting another dwelling way down on Quidnet Road. And we're afraid this sets a very unhealthy precedent. So I would ask you to kindly, I'm not a professional as you are, but to kindly and seriously review the setback and the height and visibility here. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Now, I just want to clarify, by the use of the word cutaway, I'm assuming that you mean that they're taking frontage and drive access off of Quidnet Road as opposed to the Milk Pond Road.
Yes, the curb cuts.
Okay, that's the so-called
the curb
cutaway.
cuts. I'm sorry. I
No,
apologize.
that's fine. I thought that's what you meant.
Yes, I'm quite concerned about the curb cut and the size and scale of this. And with, as you know, size and scale comes large septics. And we're also quite concerned about the flora and fauna. This was all in our email that we sent today. The notice was sent certified mail over the Christmas holidays, and we just received it. And I want to thank the office for getting us the plan so quickly so we could look at this and address this as abutters. And unfortunately, we, for the first time in our 25 plus years, are opposed to what's being suggested and proposed.
Okay. Thank you for your comments.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, can I just add one
Yeah,
comment, just to play off that? There is a curb cut and it is shared, so I think the intent was that 2 lots would share a single curb cut, I think in an effort to minimize the amount of curb cuts that are on the property.
Now, that appears to me to be an existing one. Is it?
I'd have to check, to be honest with you.
I mean, just from this GIS, it looks like it's there.
I don't believe there is a real curb cut there. There
Oh.
are others further down, but this is just people have plowed the property.
Got it.
I'm directly across, as you can see by my driveway and my house there.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Has everyone spoken on this except me? Yeah, so I thought. So, the neighbor raises some interesting points because, you know, I'm looking at this and there's like literally nothing on that side. Yeah, along the whole Quidnet Road. So that would point me in the direction of Stephen with the reduction in height comment, definitely.
I'd
The-
like to do a view.
Yeah, you know, that's okay. All right.
I'd still-
I
sorry to
would,
interrupt.
I would, no, but I would back you on that because I think, you know, this will to, you know, use an overused cliche, set a precedent. Should we view this one?
With ridge poles.
Yeah, can you do that for us?
Sure.
And if the ridge, if you are able to hopefully get some height out of this thing, you know, whatever, the ridge pole should reflect whatever revisions we might be seeing that would accompany this. Okay, so that's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Connie? No, Joe. Sorry, Joe.
No,
Yeah, okay, and I'm in favor. Thank you,
Thank you very much.
Matthew. That's it for you for a while. Okay, 6 West York, do we have somebody to rep?
I didn't hear anything.
Do we have anybody to rep 6 West York?
Saw him there and I don't see him anymore.
No? No. All right, well, just in order to keep things moving along, Linda,
Oh, she just stepped out.
we're gonna go to 81 Main.
She's outside.
Oh, is it actually you, Bo? Oh, okay. Send her a bill for your time.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, so this one is 81 Main. Let's see. Oh, Val, are you back? Val's back, Abby's back, Diane's there, Stephen's there. Let's do the regular board. The band, we're getting back together. Okay, so 81 Main. Bo, why don't you start? Just start in. Well,
Good evening.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
The owners of record.
This is a fairly simple, who is sitting there?
It's actually not Bo Wilson anymore, it's Linda. It's the regular board, Bo, Linda. Yeah,
All right, so it's the regular board?
yes.
Commenting.
Okay. I lost track here.
Okay, let's go.
All right, fairly simple modification. I put a bunch of pictures in. We dummied it up so you could see it. That adding another 2.5 square feet to connect it to the main ridge. Full scale model. You can see where the trim ends. That's where it was approved, and that little piece to the left that we left the trim off. And so we can actually get into that dormer from the main roof. You allowed this to happen on the
Is
west
that
side.
door, is the original one that has a trim on it, is that old or is that?
You approved that. You approved
That's
that.
what you built that?
Correct.
Yeah.
The rake board actually is what you're viewing there.
So you got a little bit of a rain issue too with the valley.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it
Okay.
hasn't been fun for the last couple of weeks, but we're just
Okay.
adding that 2.5 square feet.
Got it. All right. So correct, straightforward. Regular board, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1760 house that was moved there by Obed Worth, who was a master mariner in 1801. It's a typical Nantucket 4-bay. And this is a revision to what you all approved, I think, in March, April, to extend this dormer as you all allowed to be approved on the west. Understand the intent to match the previously approved west existing dormer. Running dormers, although into the main ridge, is not advised in building with Nantucket in mind, especially with this vintage of architecture. At last review, I thought the east dormer would be most visible from Walnut Lane. I do appreciate the photos that were provided, and it does show that additional space with that mock-up. I'm a little indifferent about it, to be honest with you, because we do see these as well as it is clear not to have them, but it does kind of, at the end of the day, the symmetry is off when you don't have them on both sides. So those are my comments. Thank you.
All right, Holly, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, when we came in for the original dormer, we put in like 40 pictures of dormers exactly like this, or even worse, including across the street. So, and there's one right behind us the same way. So it wasn't something that was out of character for the
Okay.
neighborhood.
All right, then that's fine. Does Mickey have anything to say on this?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very visible from the side street, and it's this type of connecting dormer is definitely not suggested to be done in building with Nantucket in mind. They mentioned that. You last time it was applied for, you told them that it was not appropriate. It's not a good precedent, even though there's others in the area. It's just, this is a very old building. It shouldn't have this type of dormer on it. I would keep it just the way it was approved. Thank you.
All right, Mickey, thank you. Regular board members. Thanks.
Seeing the mock-up and the one on the other side, I have less concern than I did initially. So
Thank you.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks.
Can we go to I think the next set of images?
Yeah, my pictures are better. That one's from standing on top of a roof.
On the garage roof. Can you rotate?
There we go. Those are the
So
ones
I
I took
just-
from the street.
On a relative basis, like Holly said, we have these and we don't have these. So we have them and we don't. But on a relative basis, I find that rake detail on the gable forward closer to me so objectionable and a focal point. Like I don't even see the dormer up there. I literally don't even recognize a dormer up there.
It's a red herring.
Because it is it just stands out like a sore thumb.
This big massive
then the
thing,
bed.
and then there's the really nice one in the back.
We didn't do
anyways,
that.
I
Yeah, we didn't do that.
No, I'm just saying on a relative basis, I think that this dormer is just gonna blend away. And the fact that they exist, given the conditions, I think it's
in this particular location, these particular circumstances, is slightly atypical but approvable.
Thank you, Stephen. Abby?
So, yeah, I'm back and forth on this, but because I think the dormer, as it is now, actually draws more attention to it than when it dies into the roof. So I think it might be quieter what you're proposing. So I think I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Diane?
Uh, I don't know. I seem to be contrary to everything tonight. I do not think it should go on. It makes that roof up there with chimney and the dormer with where it has no windows. It makes it messy. In that first picture to the left, on the east elevation, it's not bad, but when you add that extra piece that attaches it to the roof, it makes it look inappropriate where it is. That's all. I just don't happen to like it there. So I don't think it's what we usually try to put up there. I don't think it's fits well. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. So I think you got it, but I want to say this for what it's worth. This, as detailed currently, is like a construction nightmare, and I just don't need to say I've seen it happen too many times where you have a valley and you have a dormer sitting next to it, and when the water's cascading down there, it smacks right into the side of the dormer, all the shingles rot, all the substrate rots. And I know that's really theoretically not part of our purview, but I think it's actually irresponsible to an old house to create that kind of condition. So I'm also in favor of letting it run back to the house. And I believe, as Abby said, it seems to just be quieter that way. It's quieter. It's also the correct way to build. So can I have a motion on this?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Here's Stephen. He's got his motion. Val on the motion.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Stephen.
I'm an aye, and I'll just add, if they take that little break off the end there, I'd be thrilled.
Yeah, we'll give you a voucher for a free roof walk on any house of
We
your
don't have to come
choice.
back in here to take it off.
Okay.
Just as long as we don't have to come back to take it off.
All right, so, and I'm in favor of Stephen's motion. That motion carries. Hey, Stephen, can you share just the next one? I just need the back.
All right, your handkerchief. All right, let's see. So we are on to 20 Darrymore. Well, first of all, did 6 West York Lane, Peter, come back? Okay. Linda, new garage, 20 Darrymore. When you see your site plan, please be gentle with us.
So who's the board, Steve?
Your board is going to be Abby,
Yep,
Diane,
yep.
me,
Yep.
Val, and where are we, my friends, in the rotation? Joey, I only have you colored in once, so you're going to be up.
So is that Joe?
Joe.
Okay,
Sure.
cool.
I'm looking on here. It says
Okay.
it's 20 Darrymore.
Hey, guys, can we quiet down and pull up and get all set up? Thank you.
It's not in my packet.
Yeah, we don't have it either. So that unfortunately still happens every once in a while, but.
Well, I
we're gonna-
turned it in, just so you know.
It was.
Okay.
Do you want to go to the next, what's the next slide?
Linda, why don't you just tell us what you're doing relative to the site
cardinal points, and then we'll go to the elevations, please.
Okay, if you look at the site plan up there on the screen or on your little things, it's a garage. This is a strange setup. When they subdivided up there, you can see the other lots to the northwest of it. When the family subdivided these lots off back in the day, this house actually faces sideways. The front of the house is northwest, so it's sideways to the street. If you want to go back to the site plan, please.
So,
You go back the side to the street, so the only place to put the garage is on the side of the house and have access to it, because you can't get it because the grade falls off to the northwest. The flat section is where the garage entrance is, and so it's a garage studio, not a secondary dwelling, because they really can't expand the house easily any direction, and they wanted a garage to put the car in. So you come in off of Derrymore Road into the garage, which does not face the street, does not face the street. And it's a fairly simple structure, and it's basically a garage with a little space on top of it. But it's in an unusual location,
Linda,
but
do you
they're,
have, and sorry to interrupt, but
Yep.
do you happen to have any images?
yeah, keep
Can we
going.
go to the image, please?
There's a bunch of pictures.
I think that is gonna give us some.
There we go.
context. Okay,
Where I'm standing on the left-hand picture is I'm standing in Derrymore, looking into the driveway. So that is actually, the left side is the rear. You're looking at the side of the house from the street. On the middle picture is standing in Derrymore, but a little bit farther to the north, looking back at the front of the house, which faces the yard.
okay, just a quick question.
Yep,
So for clarification purposes, you're proposing, you're saying the house front is on the left, and you're proposing the garage would be off the image.
well, the
to the
driveway is right there.
Off the image to the right is the garage, right?
Yes, and if you go down a little bit further, you can see where all that's gonna go.
Okay, just thank you.
It's kind of a tricky site. I mean, if you go down to the elevations, I believe that's next, perhaps. There's some more, all right, stay right there for a second. That's a really clear view of the side of the house. And the garage is going right to the right. You see the driveway comes in, and there's the turnaround on the right. That's where the garage is going, on the right, at the end of that part of the driveway.
Okay, and can we now please just go back to the site plan so we can lock that into our,
It's mostly a site visit kind of
Okay.
visual thing.
and again, your image was from the D area of road?
Right there.
Okay, okay, thank you. Please go to the elevations and we'll move this along.
There you
Right,
go.
just before Linda gets in elevations, is everyone clear on the orientation? Okay, that's all. I just wanted to make sure so we could have a productive discussion. Thank you. Linda, go ahead and then we'll start.
East, I believe, is labeled, it's not actually direct east, it's northeast. The top right-hand one, that's what faces the road. The top left faces the driveway into the driveway that exists. The one on the lower left faces the house.
Yeah, that's the best.
Yeah, you can see the house right behind it.
Okay, is there any questions? Abby?
How many feet are between the garage and the main building? 4 or 5, enough for a walkway.
How tall is it?
It's about
Steve.
4 or 5 feet, Abby.
4 or 5 feet in between there. It looks like it's right.
It's tight.
Okay, we can look at the site plan. Can we look at the site plan, please?
If you go to the elevation, Diane asked how tall it was, right there, somewhere it should be on there. I can't see without my glasses.
A little less than 20.
Yeah, it's short, primarily just a garage.
Okay,
19, Diane.
Okay,
it's close to the house, but that may or may not be how it pans out. Okay, back to the elevations. Any other questions?
I do have one.
Mhm.
Val?
There's a big tree in the yard right there. Is that tree going to be going for this placement?
If you go back to the pictures again,
Other ones? Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah, no, I don't see a tree there.
No, the tree is to the left of that Val, and then the other one is to the right of it. So it's not going to impact it because it's going to be basically in the area of the driveway that's already shelled.
They should be able to get that in without,
Yeah, they don't want to touch the trees.
Linda, you're gonna remove that shed dormer on the house?
Yeah, and the skylight on the salt box roof. Okay, can
Actually, you
we-
guys approved that skylight.
Can we go back to the, I certainly didn't. Can we go to the elevations, please?
I think you made the motion.
I think Val was on there when we did that.
Okay, Linda said you did it, Val.
Yeah, I did it too.
Okay, let's get on to architectural. This is so much fun, I know, but Addie.
So my point, Linda, is, it's a little bit from Darrymore Road, it looks a little bit building on building because they're so close. I was wondering if it could get pushed back into the yard more so that you wouldn't have that, you're obscuring the main building, and if it were back, it would be more historically correct, and you wouldn't have that sort of building on building.
Well, it's almost the same as having it attached to the house, which is what it
Well,
would
that-
be anywhere else, but you can't push it back because the grade changes and that tree is right there.
I think that brings me to a third point, is that it's so close to the main building that it sort of, it just looks really tight. So, thank you.
Val?
Yeah, I went up there and looked in the neighborhood to see, if there was anything else really like this. I wish it wasn't the height that it is. I know that's not high, but compared to the house it is, and these perspectives really show that. It overwhelms the house, I think, in this position. So I'd like to see it either move more forward and somehow be connected, or drop down at least on the side facing the street. And I think, the rest of it's just detail, like the door being off center on the second floor is a little wonky with the balcony as opposed to centered on that gable.
Yep.
But I know the house is really weirdly placed. It's just so strange. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Abby, you went? Joe?
Yeah, I can go. Well, I think it's gonna read like they're connected no matter what. You may even think about putting a connection there, just even if it's a breezeway that you can walk through, so that it doesn't look like you jammed two buildings is onto the property. I think if you actually connected them and there was even a patio or something, then it might change that perception. The thing that nags at me is Val just mentioned, which when you're coming down Darrymore, I think you are going to see this gable. And if there's any way, I see you have to reconfigure the stair to make that work. But I think getting that little Juliet balcony and the door centered on the gable would help to simplify that pretty simple elevation, which I do think is going to be visible. And I mean, overall, I do think that the details of this and the smaller windows and the roof brackets and the garage door somehow adds a little bit of charm to the side of this house that is currently kind of overwhelmed by that dormer I joked about. And so I actually think this structure may help the streetscape with a couple little tweaks. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Diane?
yeah, I was wondering if there was any way with what's in there and up on this, up above, is any way of dropping it like a foot so it brings its roof pitch underneath the gable that is facing. see on that east elevation, number 6, if it could just come down. For a garage, it's fighting right along with the height of the main house. I wonder whether there's any way of dropping it down so it's down below that gable line and the actually the 2 shed dormers. I don't know. I just think it's so high. It seems to be competing somewhat. That's
Thank you, Diane. I'm of two minds of this. I think can we go back to the images from the driveway?
Right, go up one more.
Yeah, that's.
There you go.
I don't know, Linda, I don't know if you're doing this on purpose, but you're bringing in these applications that have so many things wrong with the original structure that it makes the other stuff look good. So I'm of two minds of this. One is that this, as Joe was saying, the tail end of his comments will actually improve, despite some concerns, will improve the presentation of the structure that exists. I think for that to happen, it needs to be, 6 inches shorter on the first floor and have a 6 by 6 inch centered lattice on the Darrymore side to help kind of soften the elevation. We'll go back to that. Or the alternative is a complete redo that is more first floor than second floor and is attached to the structure and utilizes some ground space as opposed to being as tall as it is. Frankly, I think it can be approved subject to the initial modifications I mentioned, because I think there are precedents for those in the neighborhood for certain. And I think that 6 inches and taken out of the height of the first floor and the lattice will make a big difference. Can we go back to the elevations, please?
I wish everything was in one direction.
Well, those aren't the elevations, those are the 3Ds.
Yeah, that elevation is the east elevation. That's the one I'm concerned about. So if you lost 6 inches of height on that first floor and then you lattice that up,
yep,
I think it would be much better.
That would be good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Diane.
No, I was agreeing with you. That would be good.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you. That's all. Thank you.
There is a lot of space above those windows before you hit the eave.
Yeah. What would we like to do, folks?
Well, we could.
The centering of the doors.
I looked at the floor plan and I think it's gonna they don't have the width in order to pull off the second floor program with the stairs. So, and they're gonna be on the back of the structure.
Which is the front of the house.
With that tree though.
No.
Yes.
No, the front of the house will have the double door, the garage door.
No, honey, look at the pictures of the house. The house is backwards.
No, the house is sideways.
Excuse me, the front of the house, go back.
Val is correct.
That's the front of the house.
The thing faces the yard.
Right.
Okay, but we're gonna have this, I wanna just, you asked me, right? So
Yeah.
my feeling is we have this discussion about the front of the house. The driveway is on the back of the house. You don't see the front of the house. So I won't allow that to influence my opinion because it's the front of the house that you don't see.
They're talking about the door on the second floor.
The Juliet balcony faces
Okay,
the
but,
front
okay,
side.
can we just get a clarification? Can you please go, this is
Side.
This is the side on the driveway.
Yep.
If you're coming
And
from
the-
that direction.
And the man doors, the service doors, which are going to be the most visible element of the structure, they are on the driveway side.
Yeah.
Which are very
Okay.
visible.
So can we now go to the elevation? So this in the middle will be viewable from the street, and this on the lower right will be viewable through the privet
And the tree.
and the tree.
And can you
Yeah.
go down to the plot plan?
And you won't be able to really discern that it's off center from that distance, because when you
And
get
it's-
closer to the house, you can't see it.
If you're coming this way, which is also wide open,
Right.
it's in front of the house.
The thing is, Val,
With
is
the
that
wonky,
It's really hard to tell if it's centered or not coming from that direction, given all the foliage and the
Okay,
tree and
yeah,
everything else.
I don't want to get into a debate because the front of the house is not the front of the house.
Sort of, but.
All right.
I mean, it's just not the front of the house. It's the
Well, I
side.
think Linda's got enough to
Yeah.
work on a revision.
Well, I
I'd
don't know.
like-
Did you
Yeah.
want to
I'd
do
like
that
to
through
see
staff
them.
or what?
No way.
Well, that's what he said.
I really would not like to see this again unless you
He
guys
said.
are calling for
Oh.
major revisions.
Oh, geez.
Because this is a waste of our time to be talking about the front of the house that's on the back of the house, which is actually the side of the house.
Well, make a
It's
motion
insane.
then.
Well, I just,
Well, but-
we get,
But
because
maybe
we.
they want to think
I
about.
think it's the
Excuse me,
wrong
I have the
placement.
floor for a moment. When we have three people talking, it becomes a problem. So my concern is that we are applying standards that we don't apply consistently. And if we did, we would not be putting decks on the front of the house on a house on Surfside. So let's please be consistent.
Well, okay.
Well, I'm
Okay.
all right with the 6 inches in the lattice.
So that's all I have to say about it. I will defer to the board, but I really hope we don't have to bring this thing back.
I'm okay with the 6 inches in the lattice. That works perfectly.
Diane, what do you think?
I don't know. I would like to see it. I'd like to see that thing come down below the gable and all that, but if it's going to, otherwise it goes on with the, through staff. So how do they feel about it?
Yeah, Holly said that's the way it works.
She said that's not the way it works.
6 inches out of the height and lattice on the east side.
How many, how many,
Joe,
in- say
last,
that again.
last shot, Joe.
He said 6 inches, Diane.
Okay.
Me?
Yeah, what are your,
Well, I kind of in Val's camp, and regardless of whether or not we call that elevation the front, the elevation with the two gable dormers that you see when you come down Darrymore, I think that they ought to have a straight run stair on the inside of this and make the Juliet balcony and that other door centered on the gable. And if it comes down 6 inches, great. And I love the lattice idea, but that door and balcony stacked on top of each other being off center and that gable, it drives me bonkers.
Yes.
okay.
Sorry.
So why don't you make a motion?
Center 'em.
Okay. I make a motion to approve through staff with a 6 inch reduction in height. Lattice between the gable windows on the east elevation and on the north elevation to center the fenestration and balcony.
Okay.
That's the first door,
Can-
first floor door too, right, Joe?
Yeah,
And Joe, can we make that as an exhibit A and I'll do the exhibit A?
as an exhibit A, yes.
Okay, great. On your motion,
Aye.
Diane,
Hi.
Val,
I'm a strong no.
Abby,
I'm an abstention.
and I'm a strong yes.
Okay,
Thank God they counterbalance each other.
okay.
All right.
Strong no counts as two.
Oh,
no's.
and Linda, when this is all done, you have to take a picture of it so we can, I'd really like us to drive around in a bus, a short yellow bus.
That would
Like,
be fun.
take a look at all the structures that we labored over and just get a perspective on them over the years.
Seriously, Stephen, I've wanted to do that for about 30 years
Yeah, I
now.
think it would be really informative.
What, a tour of
Yeah.
Nantucket?
Yeah.
Every
No, I've
design
got
office could pitch in $1,000, we could get one.
Okay, folks, here. John McLaughlin says, point of order. We have 350 applications left. Okay, 2 Mariners Way. Let's see. Do I have the regular board on this? You guys gonna
Yeah.
make it easy for me? Okay, good.
Hang on.
Ray,
Yes, Diane.
can I ask you a question? I have spent several days trying to do this because it happens to be just up from my house. I
Yes.
tried to find out where they said, this, first of all, Mariners Way is in the old historic district.
Yes.
I could not find any paper, any edict that said it was grandfathered and therefore they could have pools.
Okay, there's a perimeter
I-
plan.
No, hey, Diane, actually, this subject, even though it is really not part of our purview, has been researched. And the answer is that the Mariners Way subdivision, whenever you create a subdivision, there's a freeze that occurs with zoning.
Yeah.
And Mariners Way fell into that category where zoning changed, but they were within the frozen period. And therefore, they, theoretically can have pools.
It's not a grandfathered situation.
It's not a
It's a planned
grandfathering.
freeze under state
Oh.
Yeah.
subdivision control law.
This happens from time to time. This is like, I won't get into it, but this is why the whole building permit cap thing that occurred 15 years ago was a dramatic failure because of all these zoning freezes.
All right, so we can have 3 pools for 3 houses in a small area. That's what you said.
According to zoning, yes.
And they've all been approved. And all 3 have already been approved.
Yeah. So the fact is, they have been approved. So why don't we just move along? But we're regular board, right? Good.
Is that where we
Okay,
are?
everybody
Okay.
says yes. All right, so
on.
Linda, without further ado, because we only have 45 minutes left.
Hold on.
Oh, this is,
Okay.
Tick-tock.
yeah, I know,
Tick-tock.
TikTok, exactly.
Yes, I'll never get these Tuesday night hours back. but,
Okay,
yeah.
so.
These,
let's-
I'm gonna go all through of them. With all 3 of them, took a while to get through the Conservation Commission, which I'm on, but I obviously didn't sit since I did the structures. All 3 pools have been approved, 2 in decks, number 2, and number 6 embedded in the decks with railings and not visible. That's why they were approved. And number 4 was not visible because it was behind 6, and these holes are already being dug. And the only one not in a deck at the time but butted up against the deck was number 4. When we got through the Concom, though the deck placements met the Wetlands Protection Act and the other things that they have to take into account, they forced us to come up another 6 inches on all 3 of them. So there's no question that the top of the splash pool, and these are tiny little things, 10 by 12s, they're very small, that the tops of these things actually got up above the floodplain. So they asked us to come back to the HDC, though they've already approved them. It was conditioned that we should come back here. That was all discussed at the time. And here we are to raise the 3 of them another 6 inches off the ground. They don't touch the ground now, but they wanted them up another 6 inches.
Okay, Linda, so you've repeatedly said up another 6 inches. 6 inches just higher.
Out of the deck.
Heretofore, as approved, they were flush, and I really want you
Well,
to correct me if I'm wrong.
There was about 8 inches that were,
Oh, so they were already above.
they were up because they couldn't have them flush because you'd fall in. They had a little bit of a rise to them. You can see them in the original
Okay, so if
drawings.
they're 8 inches above and you're saying that they needed to be another 6 inches, we are literally talking about 1 foot, 2 inches above the level of deck.
I think overall, with the coping on top of them, they may end up around 16 inches, but it's just that. It's 6 inches more
Okay,
out
so
of the ground, but
1
the
foot
depth and the
2
size
becomes
has
1
not
foot
changed.
4.
On number 4, we actually embedded it, took it out of being by itself and put it in a deck. So number 4 is actually went into the deck like 2 and 6 did.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, it was an overall
Well,
thing.
they're all different applications, but the reason they're similar circumstances. Okay, Holly, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, infill subdivision within the OHD, and the use was locked in with a zoning freeze with the planning board. As far as the revision goes, if the pool is 18 inches off the deck, I'm concerned on how will that 6-inch vertical slat cedar that's enclosure look aesthetically, and will it completely cover this from all public ways? So basically, I'm concerned on if we have a typical railing or deck,
Mhm.
then you're gonna have a pool behind it. I'm missing on how that's going to be screened in perpetuity, in addition to any vegetation that may be along the front. How is basically the two, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and say that one regulatory board dictates another, because I always tell people that's not the case. But understanding that Concom wanted to elevate it makes sense. There's flooding, this is a FEMA flood zone, wetlands, all that stuff. How is it going to still be masked from the public view to meet your requirement is my overall question.
I can answer that after the first three that you approved, is that you have the railing and they are not out on the street side. You can't see number 2 from anywhere because it's in the L of the building on the opposite side from
Are
the
they
road.
installed?
No, that, we got
Okay.
to do the drainage issues, but you couldn't see them when you approved them before because they're behind the buildings. And you can't see it from Washington Street Extension because it's over 100 some odd feet away. It's also in the deck with a railing around it. So it was the usual thing, can't be seen at the time of inspection, but they're all behind the buildings. And they're not on the Mariner Way side, Union Street side, or the Washington Street Extension side. And that's why they were approved to begin with. And they are still below the railing depth by at least a foot. So they're still going to be in the same location, the same dimensions, and the same behind the building. So nothing of that has changed. It's just a 6-inch rise from the ground. So the waves can come underneath them.
Got it. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, I
Wait,
do
so,
have a hand raised too.
Holly, the comments that you made, were they your official comments?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chair, for all pretty much for the one, yes. But maybe it's just me on how this is rendered, but if I'm thinking about a pool that was going to be into the deck, but now it's going to be elevated higher, that's what this box is representing, right?
I believe so. That, Holly, this is number 2, isn't it? Which is
Yeah, I
behind the
think we
building.
get it. I think we get
Yeah,
it.
we got it.
So,
But so,
okay.
Holly, have you concluded?
Yes, sir,
Because
thank
I
you.
believe, I'm sure Mickey wants to
And we can
opine.
screen them. I mean,
Linda,
our attorney's here if there's a problem.
I just said the words. I just said the magic words, Mickey Rowland, so.
I object, but
There
our
you go,
attorney is
okay,
here. If my attorney has to respond, he's here.
Okay, Mickey?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so according to the drawings I'm looking at, the pool, the top of the pool will be 25.5 inches above the deck that it's set into.
That sounds correct.
Okay.
Scroll
continue.
down on the drawing, you'll see those dimensions on it.
They're not supposed to be. They're supposed to be 18 inches max, more like 16. So if he's drawn them wrong, he's drawn them
All right.
wrong.
Keep going down, there's another
Let's let
elevation.
Mickey finish. Mickey,
There you go.
sorry, continue.
That drawing there shows 25.5 inches.
Well,
So
that's not
anyway, the side of the pool will definitely be visible through the railings, which is going to look unusual and inappropriate. Swimming pools have never been a part of the old historic district and should not be allowed due to their negative impact on the historic character of the neighborhood. Thank you.
And they've already been approved.
Well, Linda, hang on.
By you.
know, They were approved because they were flush with the deck, and now I'm looking at this drawing that has like this massive wall right behind the railing.
Well, it's
You
not
know,
supposed to be
like-
25 inches. We had a hell of a time
Well,
explaining
hey,
this to the architect.
Okay, so let's see. We've heard from Holly, we've heard from Mickey. Is there, yeah. So if there's anyone in Zoom, unmute and give your name for the record and your address.
All right, and our attorney's going to respond to this. He's up here too.
Okay.
Hi. Hi, Commissioners. Thank you so much for all of your diligence. My name is Amy Cohane. My husband and I live at 76 Union Street. We're
Okay.
direct abutters to 2 and 4 Mariner Way and adjacent to 6. I'm writing to voice our opposition to the above-ground pools proposed at 2, 4, and 6. And I'm representing 9 other properties in the direct vicinity, one of which is a direct abutter to 6 Mariner Way. And he and his wife are on the call tonight. I'd like to go on record that none of the abutters received certified letters in August of 2021, when the original HGC applications for the structures were submitted for each of the 3 properties. And believe me, our first notice of the planned work was in the context of the approvals required for the Concom in April 2023. Our neighbors, we showed up. We showed up every week from April to just recently, because we believe this is so incongruous with our neighborhood. The developers are back here tonight with revised plans. And, this is because the Concom rightfully rejected their imprudent plan for in-ground pools in a flood zone. Unfortunately, the Concom had to approve the pools because, in spite of our objections and the objections of the Nantucket Land and Water Council, they conform technically with the dated 10-year-old wetland regulations. So we think that's a tragedy. I mean, look at the last couple of weeks and all the flooding on Washington Street, et cetera. The basis for our objection tonight is that these pools are inappropriate for the neighborhood and the physical and natural context. 3 pools jammed into a fragile area adjacent to the wetlands, steps from the harbor, and just down from the goose pond feels excessive and wholly inconsistent with the principles clearly articulated in Building with Nantucket in mind, regarding fostering a sense of place and preserving and protecting the special character of the natural landscape. Commissioners, we're appealing to you. We hear that this was previously approved. This is very different. And not only that, we didn't know when it was previously approved. This is your opportunity to rethink the appropriateness of not 1, not 2, but 3 pools to be wedged into an already ambitious plan for 3 sizable homes, a garage apartment, and more, into a neighborhood that is beloved for its natural beauty and tranquility. These plans are claiming excessive outdoor space. These plans are not designed as partners with the land, but as conquerors. These plans do not display respect for the precious setting. We're counting on the HDC to uphold its values, to support building that contributes to the feeling of the land versus dispute it. Thank you very much. We urge you to reject these plans.
The pools are already approved.
Hang on.
And they don't seem to
Thank you,
get that.
Linda, thank you. It sounds like there might be other people on Zoom that would like to speak. Is that correct?
Our attorney's up there, Glenn Wood. He's got his hand
Glenn,
up.
do you want to speak now, or is there anyone other than Glenn?
Sure.
Okay, so Glenn, go ahead. You have it.
Can you
Chair.
verify Glenn? Glenn's the attorney?
He's the attorney for the applicant,
Right.
both here and at the Concom. No choice, Steve.
Good
Go
evening. How are you?
Glenn,
today?
go ahead.
Sure. Just a few quick comments. I think what we need to do, obviously, is continue just to address the visibility issue. I think that, as Linda's pointed out, maybe the plans might be a bit off, but as you've approved other projects tonight, if there's a lack of visibility, the HDC really doesn't have jurisdiction here. That was the whole point of these revised plans. We revised them to gain Concom approval. All 3 have been approved. All 3 have not been appealed. So they're all approved and live permits by the Concom. We've attempted to my understanding anyways, revise these plans to make them non-visible and therefore not of any issue with the HDC. I would just comment as to the opposition comment just made. The point is that these projects fully comply under the Wetlands Protection Act and the local wetlands bylaw, and any perceived hope that there's some other regulations out there that exist presently is just a moot issue. The point is that they've been approved. There's no issues from an environmental issue. And further, the HDC cannot review these on a cumulative basis. These are standalone, I'm sure, as the HDC notes, and they should be reviewed individually based on whether they're visible or have any impacts within your jurisdiction. So I think with that, we should just request a continuance and look to tweak our plans to address your noted concerns. Thank you.
I would call a point of order and suggest that we haven't expressed our concerns, so it's difficult to determine that they're limited.
Well, I would just,
In addition,
clearly,
excuse me,
Mickey has
Mr.
expressed concern.
Attorney Glenn, the way it works here, as I'm sure you're aware, is that when there's a point of order, that person has the floor and he's not talked over by the applicant's attorney. The other item that you neglected to comment upon was that the HDC has authority over items that affect the character and setting of an area. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I do want to move forward. If Glenn was indeed the last person on Zoom, well, okay, so both Glenn and Amy have their hands up, but I think that's old, right? Okay, so I would like to move forward and hear, as I'm sure Linda would, what the concerns of the board are. So why don't we start? Thank you.
I would like, you know, the absolute number, proper number of how high this is up.
Okay.
Mickey's right, it does say 25.5 inches, which is rather high.
Yeah.
You can see through railing, as you can see through a picket fence, so I will be interested to see how it can be screened. And perhaps the only way to screen it is to do a shingled wall railing around it. They've already been approved. We don't have to like it. The Concom approved it, which is, we don't understand, but we can only talk about what it looks like. And so I don't want to see them.
Hey,
That's my comment.
You want to see them?
I
Can I
don't
make
want
a
to see
comment?
them.
Hang on, one thing at a time. So Val's final comment was,
Got it.
quote, "I don't want to see them." Okay, so Abby,
Can I
did you want to
go?
go next?
Mr. Chair,
Can I go?
point of order.
Hang on. Stephen has a point of order on the table. Stephen, go.
Yeah, we're discussing these as if they're one application and they're not, and they have different levels of visibility attached to them. So I think that it would be appropriate to discuss one application at a time on its individual merits.
Okay, thanks for the clarification because that's the truth.
Because right now it's 2 Mariner first.
Right. Okay.
Can
and
I-
by the
wanna
way,
see it.
I would like, my tablet ran out of juice, so I'm gonna rely on the screen up there. So I'd like to see that section that was taken through the building. Now, who would like to go next?
I would.
Yes, Diane, go.
First of all, just a point of statement is that I did not believe the HDC had to run under the Conservation Commission and take their actions instead of our own. So
Diane, you're correct.
You're
Just
correct.
because the Concom approved something doesn't mean that we are required
But
to
that's why we're back
approve it
here.
as well.
Get it?
Yeah,
that's
they,
what I would like everybody to understand. My other view is there is probably nowhere else on this island that has 3 pools within 100 feet of each other that are 25 inches high. Number 2, 24 inches high above the land. That is not anything that's anybody can say that that's what we have to have. I don't know why something was approved with, for what reason. I have attended many of the Conservation Commission's meetings and tried to listen to what they're saying, and it seems to drop off with the requirements that we have. I think as if we want to do number 2 first, it is inappropriate to have it above the ground. We have said pools are to be put in the ground. It does not, I don't believe any rules that say it's in a flooding area, therefore it has to be above the flooding, or if it's in a flooding area, you don't get a pool. This is to be considered. This is a terrible infraction on the beginning of our old historic district, starting from out of town going in. And it seriously has to be looked at. not that it's behind a fence or you can't see it through a shingle wall. It is not appropriate as far as the HCC is concerned to be 25 inches above the level of the ground. And that is for unit 2. I will further comment if you want to take each unit one at a time. But I have lived here. I've lived here for 52 years in this particular area. And I probably know it better than most. And this is inappropriate, and it is inappropriate as far as what's going to happen to the area. So that's all I got to say about 2. Thank you.
Diane, thank you. Let's see. It's Abby and Stephen, right?
Yeah.
Sure, here. Thanks for
Oh, yeah,
that.
you got it?
Yep.
Yeah, so I don't understand how this got by the Concom, even all that's been said, or, you know, with its grandfathered in, it still is inappropriate for the historic district, and definitely its streetscape, which is not just a streetscape, you're right on the beach pouring cement. So it's just, in many ways, it just seems so inappropriate. Thank you.
Can we, Mr. Chairman, point of order, can we stick to the issue at hand and not the Concom? The Concom has driven us back here after we already got
Okay.
approvals.
I mean, Linda, I hear you. So the
We're
Concom,
way
I
off topic here.
just, well, no.
Concom
I
is-
mean, what Abby just
Concom.
said is the HTC's purview. Let's see. Stephen, I don't believe you've gone officially yet, right?
No, I'll go. So just a couple of things. One.
I need to have him on a mic.
Sorry, Diane. Keep turning that thing off because I've got the hiccups. I don't want to upset people at home. Can we go to the floor plan, please? And zoom in on the pool, click. I'm going to point this out, not to be pointed. And on this particular application, it's not entirely relevant, but it is similar to an issue that occurs on the others the other two where it will be relevant. And that is the detail of the cladding adjacent to the railing in 2 locations is the way this is drawn. That cladding cannot be constructed in such a way that it can be maintained. And while maintenance of a structure isn't the HDC's purview, there is, I think, validity, a reasonable level of validity that we're not approving something that can't be constructed and maintained, and then we'll have concrete showing, and that will be an issue for the HDC. So I point that out, that this is an incorrect detail in that regard, and I would suggest that it be considered by the applicant and the applicant's agent to be rectified. On the merits of this one, I think we need, number one, to know the exact height. That needs to be clarified, certified. It should be, if this is coming from the Concom, established in their order of conditions. That should be referenced here, and we should be clarifying that we're not raising the deck any more than it was prior. With respect to character and setting and visibility, I think that this particular application, the lack of visibility is created by structures and plant materials that exist. And in that regard, for this particular location, the structures and plant material that are blocking visibility are appropriate. I'm not going to say that on the next 2 applications. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. I think it's to me, right? We've
Yep.
covered everyone else. So I am concerned, as it seems everyone is, about the idea that unlike the last application that was approved where the pool was flush with the deck, therefore, when you saw the railing, it was open, and that was your typical Nantucket detail. Now we have at least half of the railing is going to be backed by boards that Stephen accurately pointed out are going to be impossible to maintain because you'd have to take the entire railing off to get to those boards. So that's issue number one. Issue number two is, and we do have a building, are you a building inspector or building commissioner?
I am
forget.
not working in that capacity during the evenings.
Can't ask him.
Yeah, but just as one who might know the code.
Yeah.
Is there any issue with, like, if I were a kid sitting on that parapet wall and I decided, there's like a 1 foot back, I'd fall backwards and I'd fall 5 feet. I mean, it just doesn't sound right to me.
I wasn't going to get into that, but there are barrier requirements that, and safety requirements that need to be met that I'm not entirely confident are included in these drawings.
They all
Right,
have
so-
automatic pool covers on top of it. That's all they need.
That's
I
That's
think
the
that
worst.
It's not the pool cover thing, because that's somebody falling into the pool. I'm talking about somebody falling off of the parapet onto the ground.
if I may,
Yeah,
I think the relevant thing here isn't whether there's an auto cover or not. I think what the chair was driving at is, are we looking at what will actually be needed, what will be required to be installed to meet building code requirements? And the relevance is that the HCC has control over the architectural elements. So are we seeing everything that will be required so that we can rule on what it is that will be constructed?
that's my point. Thank you. But I think that the overarching point for me is that unlike the pools that were approved that were flush with the deck, these guys are elevated and they are immediately adjacent to the fencing, the railing. So there, it's already compromising the railing just by virtue of the fact that it's right behind it, and two, by virtue of the fact that it won't be able to be maintained. Those are my comments. What do you say, folks? More info?
Yeah, I'd like
Revisions.
to make a motion to hold for additional information, which would be clarifications, construction detail of the cladding, both without the railing and with the railing, cross-section, and confirmation that all the elements that are required for this to be constructed and receive a building permit are shown in the drawing, so we can rule accordingly on the architectural elements.
Just to
It's a long
clarify,
motion, but that's my motion.
before you vote on that one, if you go all the way to the bottom, you will see all the construction information, all the cutaways, all the sides,
Can we
everything.
go to that? Because I didn't see that.
You'll see all the engineering stuff from the architect.
Okay, yeah, okay, go back up, please.
Well, no, it's actually below that.
Yeah, that doesn't really clarify.
Now, if you keep going, it may be towards the
Well,
end.
that drawing right there is what had me thinking if I were a 5-year-old kid, I'd fall off of that parapet down to the grade below,
You can't get through the fence there, but whatever.
That's what stuff.
There should be something below this.
Yeah, and fall right over.
All right, never mind. It's in the building department file. I'll put it in this. file.
Okay,
Okay,
so
so we
that's,
just, that my motion is, this needs to be a complete package, and obviously we need the clarification referencing the order of conditions of the height of the pool relative to the deck and grade.
right.
No change.
And I think we should get what that nice woman mentioned, that they did not get official notification when this came up. And
That you
We
don't get
should-
notified.
Yeah, so Diane, I was not going to get into that. I don't want to get into the weeds on who requires notification, but you'll just have to trust that the staff is completely aware of what the requirements are. And it's, in this case, unfortunate, but here the neighbors did have notice and they were able to be present at this hearing. So,
There is
yeah,
no
they-
notice for the pools.
Okay, guys,
Back-
we're.
But they knew
No,
from
no.
the Concom.
we got a
were
motion
coming
on the
back.
table. I'm just going to go for it. So
Just
everybody's
go for
heard
it.
Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val.
Oh, and I'm sorry, do we want minutes with this one? When it comes back?
Yeah.
I'm
Because
not
our
waiting
minutes
3
lady
months
is-
for those. They're allowing
No,
us to do
no,
them.
no.
It's not that way.
Linda, please, don't interject again.
What's the
We're
problem?
pretty caught up on minutes, aren't we? No?
Yeah. We got a bunch
No.
today.
We got, what did we get today?
We got way back.
Probably July.
We're at December 12th.
12?
She's working on the 19th.
We
Right,
got
but there were no
September
meeting-
26th, September 28th, and December 5th, all of 2023.
We're 2 back. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll leave it up to you guys whether we need minutes or not, but I wanted to determine if we were going to request them where we are, and we're a couple weeks, 2 meetings have not yet been issued.
Well, they've allowed us to listen to the tapes and give them the minutes when we submit.
Yours would need to be certified.
I used to do them,
Okay.
That's a good point, but.
and they were
but we have
books.
a motion.
We do have a motion.
Correct.
On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. All right, so shall we take another bite at the apple here at number 4?
For Mariner. This is the one that was a freestanding pool, but butted up against the deck. And it is now the deck is extending, and we're now actually putting the pool in the deck because we have to get it up out of the ground again.
Because you gotta have one.
You don't have to.
So.
I think that's already, that ship has sailed through the marsh.
No, never.
Through the marsh.
So on this, Mr. Chair, if I may,
Go.
I'm not seeing the before approvals, so we can ascertain the deck extensions, which is typical.
It's below this.
In the,
Big.
I didn't see it when I flipped through mine.
All of them came with a previous approval.
Yeah, I don't see it. Do you guys see it?
What?
No.
Keep
Yeah,
going.
typically the previous approval is the stamped and it's inset.
It's right there.
I don't see a previous approval.
Also, there's some discrepancy with size, like the cutaway says 15, but on the plot plan, it says 19.
Yeah, it was reduced in size, Val.
Okay, so I'm gonna finish up with these, and just at least in terms of information, the pool is basically shown as there. This really isn't. I mean, I just want to be clear because the nature of this is before there was a pool or a spa that was inset into a deck. This is a pool that is the deck.
Actually, it wasn't, Steve.
Linda,
it was
you
freestanding.
have to please
It was not in a deck.
stop.
It was
Yeah,
freestanding.
quiet.
I understand
All the more
exactly
reason,
what Steve
Linda,
is talking about.
All the more reason that we need to see what we always request, and you know this because you chaired, is the previously approved drawings next to the proposed so that we can see what was originally approved.
On the
And
same
I've
page.
heard 2 different things tonight. One is that nothing has changed, and the other is that the decks have changed. And that the pools, also that the pools were all flush to the top of the deck. And you just said that this was a freestanding pool.
I
So
said at the beginning of the
I don't want to
presentation.
go
Hey.
back and forth. This is not a productive use of the commission's time nor yours.
Well, I don't want to be misrepresented either.
Well, I'm certainly not intentionally misrepresenting you. If I did, I would do a much better job of it. This to me is incomplete information. This is a contentious application. I don't know if it will go to appeal. I feel that if it does, it's incumbent upon us to have reviewed this thoroughly and at least to our regular standard. So for my before I get into the discussion on this one, or if we get into discussion, I'll comment afterwards. We need additional information. We need the clarification of what was previously approved. We need that bubbled. We need showing what is being proposed, which we have some of what is being proposed. We need clear information as to the heights. Again, referencing the order of conditions. And I think that that's it for me in terms of concerns about information that's been presented, not the architectural merits, which I'll hold on for the moment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Holly, did you have anything that you wanted to add specific to this particular
Mr. Chair, I have similar comments as I previously stated on how it's going to be screened since it's not flush with the deck.
Okay, fair enough. Mickey, anything like new that would be relevant to this particular application?
Not specifically to this one. I think the one thing that still could be mentioned is that, you know, a pool was denied up on the Mill Hill area for historic character reasons, and this is a similar issue in this area too.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Board members, any sort of new, different observations? This is a, you know, somewhat different application than the one that we just reviewed.
Not really.
I certainly think that it is.
I'm just looking at all three of them sort of at once, but I'm sort of reminded of like the landscape that's there, that it's very, very open. You've got Mariner Way going all the way down to Washington. You can look up from Washington. I mean, it's very open. It's a marshland. So it's something we should be considering about visibility.
We did when you approved number 4 because it was
Yep.
100 feet away. We can't
Linda,
disturb
I
that land. It's undisturbed.
Have you finished?
I
Yes.
would like,
It's
Diane,
wetlands.
go ahead.
okay, first of all, this was a marshland, as Abby said. There were little houses, scallop shacks, most of them in there. There isn't any big trees or great vegetation. Number one, what's there grows on sand, not very tall. That's number one. Number two, nobody's mentioned what you're going to see from these places from Washington Street going down. Washington Street Extension is a public road. So I would like to see what the views are from there looking up. It's not all on Union Street. And each one is different. However, each one is given a reply by the HDC, not by somebody else telling us how to vote. So I think we need more information on 4 as well. It may have a different way of the pool being in the property, but we still have to look at it and see where it sits and what the visibility is from other places. What it's like from looking up at the duck pond coming down. All sorts of stuff that we have not done. It is time that we get the applicants to submit the full amount of views and information. And I would suggest this for number 4 before we get to number 6.
I'll put the 30 pictures in again that were already in the file.
Okay, Diane, thank you.
30.
Let's see,
I mean,
anybody else?
I'm amazed.
Any other
Comments?
comments? No.
I'll go on architectural when you, after you do. I didn't make any architectural yet.
I know you haven't.
That's what I'm waiting
I
for.
will after you,
Oh,
if you want.
well,
I spoke
here,
enough.
here I go. So, I was thinking of something that would be analogous to this, and so this is in the OHD. The site is in the OHD. So I think about a house like we all know the house that's the first house, the big white house on Main Street right after you pass Fair Street going out of town. What's the name of that house? Right next to the little park, the Vest Pocket Park at the end of Fair Street.
72.
And it's got the beautiful stone steps that go up and the
Kissinger
wrought
used to
iron.
own it.
Hmm?
Kissinger's owned it.
Isn't it
Oh.
72 Main?
72.
Yeah.
All right. So 72 has a porch on it with a roof.
Yeah.
And that overlooks that little Vest Pocket Park on Fair Street. Now, what if you appended a deck onto that porch, came out just sort of like an added on piece, and behind the railing of that was essentially a wall for 2/3 of it? Would that be historically appropriate in the OHD? And the answer is like absolutely positively no. And so I think that the fact that this is sort of like added on to the porch, which was really, you know, kind of nice and historically appropriate, and now we have kind of a polyp attached onto it, that is exactly the size of the pool. I think that's just not appropriate. So there you are. That's
Not
my-
visible, but I'll prove that.
It's a
it's a pool, no, it's a pool disguised as a deck, or is it a deck disguised as a pool?
The pool get disguised as a
As a
deck.
deck.
Corners aren't even aligned with the house.
It's
No.
not visible, but we'll deal with that.
I think it is visible on this one.
Nope.
All right,
it's behind the other building, too.
Stephen, I think you had a few comments you want to add?
Yeah, so along the lines of your comments, I just affirm the addition of the deck itself and as an enclosure is inappropriate. Also, that a part of that is the comments that were made about visibility, the marshland vegetation being utilized as screening, I don't think is effective. I believe that this will be visible and it will be inappropriate, and I believe the same for number 6.
To be
Okay.
Unlike number
visible.
2 for me.
Okay. Everyone spoken? You want to move it?
Same
So-
motion?
I think the same motion, we want definitive information from A to Z, from top to bottom.
Okay. That is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
All right.
and I'm in favor. 6 Mariners.
That one was in a deck, and it's staying in the deck,
Okay.
and it wasn't visible at the time of approval.
Flush with the deck, was it, through Mr. Chair?
I don't think they were ever flush with the deck. They were raised above the top of the deck, so there was a lip. So
lip.
let's be real here. On top of the fact that
Through Mr. Chair.
there are benches, I forgot to mention that there are benches inside this thing, these decks, that may serve to block more of it, but obviously we'll have to do a screening plan for,
Have people sitting
just
on
for the
benches.
jolly.
You're not gonna
Sit on your deck in a chair. God.
No pools.
Okay, so that's it.
And it's
Then-
behind, this one's really behind the building.
Holly, anything new?
I think this is probably the only one that's masked by the building itself. Maybe slightly visible on the side, but obviously I would recommend any what the commission comes up with, if on screening as a requirement, should be obviously consistent across the board, all three. Thank you.
Screening what?
Screening from this, like, for instance, there was a comment of, instead of having this as an actual railing, that it's a shingled railing versus the,
Oh, yeah, Val made that comment.
and if
Right.
that is what the commission decides, that they should be consistent with all of them.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Mickey, anything new and exciting on this one?
I think this one is really possibly going to be visible from the Washington Street extension and the end of Mariner Way in that back corner. So you need to check for visibility from there. Thanks.
Okay, thank
Put the
you.
pictures back in.
Well, and this stuff is all being built.
Well, there are a couple of the holes in because we have to drop the piers in with the company from New Hampshire. So some of them have a swimming pool in the hole at the moment because of the rain.
Got it.
But if you drove
Okay,
by, you
but
could
we
see
can
the
get
actual
some sort of
footprints.
an idea of it. Okay, board members.
I'll go.
Yeah.
I think of the visibility, this is probably the most likely to be visible
Interesting.
from Washington Street extension. The marshland is the only thing between it and the structure from Washington Street extension. And Linda had mentioned that they can't touch that area to plant. And if they did, my concern would be, if we're asking for vegetation, that would have to be vegetation that's consistent with the marshland, which is going to tend to be, 3 or 4 feet tall, blah, 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 and not a wall, which is creating relatively permanent screening for a pool. And this isn't a pool, I just want to go back to the point Chair made, this is a foreign element in the historic setting. This is a wall behind a railing.
Right.
So it's very strange.
Is that different than a bench behind a railing?
Yeah, because it's not.
Okay, so we won't argue the point.
No. Is that the same motion as the other one, so you can get out of
Yeah,
it?
are we all like basically on board with what we need here?
Query.
Yes.
And can I, well, that's HCC stuff, but they're 50 yard buffer, 50-foot buffer goes
Yeah.
right through that building and the pool and the patio.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
What is it? I got a big yellow or brown circle.
It's the
No,
100.
The 50-foot buffer goes through the patio.
Yeah, I said it went through the patio.
No, but
And
it
next-
doesn't go
That's
through,
not
it
the
doesn't
50
go
foot.
through the pool. It, like, all that stuff is just kissing the 50-foot
It's
line.
actually, yeah.
Yeah,
Either way,
right.
we can't disturb the wetlands because it's illegal for us to touch them.
Understood.
So not going away
I
from us.
understand
Got it,
that.
Dyke?
I understand that. I tried to bring up what you see that has not been specifically mentioned by the applicant. So we really need to check it out. I wonder whether you can see down from the Unitarian Church.
God.
Well, I know I'm personally gonna go out and look at
Yeah,
all this stuff. for
Me
visibility.
too.
Yeah, here comes Stephen's motion.
The motion will be the same as the prior motion.
Tell him to use his mic.
Oh my God, Diane, I was just seeing if you were awake. Thank you.
No.
I keep shutting it off because I don't want to distract. So the motion will be as the same
Same.
with 2 and 4, so
Okay.
A to Z and top to bottom.
Yep.
However, I'd just like to clarify one element that needs to be added. And that's the location of the pool equipment. And I think that goes to all 3 of these.
Yeah.
And that's certainly relevant information for our review of architectural elements, more so in a constrained area with ecological sensitivity, noting the ecological sensitivity is only relevant because it limits where these things can be. So that's
And
important.
they gotta be above the floodplain.
Oh, yeah, they're going to have
Yeah.
to be raised above the flood.
Yeah,
plain.
that's a big one. I'm
Yep.
glad you brought that
And
up.
they're on the elevations, but we already approved those, so I'll highlight them again.
All right,
Can I have one question about?
one question, but then I want to move it. Go ahead.
I just wanted to know, have these been poured, the concrete for the swimming pool, or is?
It sounds like the footings have been poured, yeah.
Okay, but
I don't know about the footings on at least 6 anyway. I don't know about the footings at all. We're
it's not a
still,
little bit.
still
cart
working on
before
the
horse?
piers.
Because.
Is there still a patio there?
A little bit,
No, there's water in the foundation at the moment.
yeah,
Not in the pool,
Not for
Okay.
the,
not the pool.
right.
The rain has put water in the
That's what
foundations.
we need to see. Though.
Right.
well,
Okay.
I don't think they should be pouring.
Well, that is a
That's
little
not
bit outside of our
above-
control.
In front of you.
Okay, so Stephen has made a motion. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay,
And I'm gonna
that,
hold the rest of mine.
oh, obviously, yeah, we're
Yeah.
over now.
I just thought
We're
I'd
gonna
say that
hold
for
them
the
for you,
record.
friend.
Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Thank you, Linda.
So,
Motion to adjourn.
do we need any minute stuff?
Yeah, I told you what they were, 28.
Well, I know, but are they ready to be
Say they are.
voted in?
There was one that I have some text that needs to be addressed, so maybe we just.
Want to hold
them
them? I mean, if,
Yeah. can we
yeah,
do
hold them
that?
till Tuesday. Okay, John?
Motion to adjourn.
John's made a motion to adjourn. On that motion, Val? Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm in favor